So are the other endings supposed to complement the story or what? I have no idea. I guess we will find out now that we're going back in time and going down a different branch. I think perhaps it works more similar to a traditional visual novel in that way, in that, you know, when you pursue different branches, you get different endings, and all of them are like kind of equally canon. Whereas I feel like back in Steins Gate original, it's kind of like, well, whichever we observe is the truth, right? So I don't know. That's the short answer, and we'll find out. And maybe it's open to interpretation, but we will see, right? So we are, please work with me, load. We are going to, not that save, this save. This one over here, the orbital eclipse. And this is when, you know how we had that initial, all the endings are meant to be different world lines that happened in some unknown order. Okay. So they're separate in that regard. Good to know. So orbital eclipse, because I think as soon as I click in, we're gonna hear the Amadeus ringtone. So I want to just catch you guys up really quick. Set the stage, if you would, before we hop in. But this is the day after the attack on the lab. So, and when I say lab, I meant the Future Gadgets lab. So when like we first encountered all these men in masks and the lady in the helmet. And I was thinking back on this yesterday. I don't know if we actually got a direct confirmation of the lady in helmet being Rias yesterday. Like, I don't know if she ever admitted to it necessarily. And interestingly, given that Rias was not shy to kill people, right? Rias was not shy to kill people at all in that, in the Maho ending that we saw yesterday. Like, she didn't say anything before she shot Leskinen, for instance. That's an interesting contrast to how, you know, that initial assault happened, right? Because the initial assault, no one, like, they could have easily just killed everyone there, and grabbed Maho and went, or Kagari and went. But they're after different people there, so questions still, I think, surrounding the real identity of the attempted kidnappers. Though I may very likely eat my words later. And so this is the scene that we're about to go into is, you know, after the assault. And if you remember when we got in contact with Maho, she was like, okay, Amadeus might be compromised. Someone may have gotten into Amadeus. And then after we hung up with her, we got a call from Amadeus. And in the Maho ending, we hung up. We didn't, I mean, not that we hung up, but we didn't accept the call. But this time, we're gonna accept a call and see what happens. So this is Amadeus question mark, question mark, question mark. Call from Kurisu. Connect.
もしもし
Oh, I have the sound way down today. Okay, let me bring it back up. There we go.
助けて
Okay.
クリス
助けて岡部
Is this parentheses kurisu or not parentheses kurisu or something else? In that instant, I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy and everything went black. (0.571082). Where is my notebook? 571082. That's a big jump. Wait, the zeros are alpha, right? So we're no longer in beta? I have so many questions. Hold on. There was, well, I don't know if we should, but before we continue, I just wanted to say this out loud. But the beta war line, no, the alpha war line. So the original Steins Gate war line, the one that we initially went into after we sent the D-mail on Kurisu being dead, right, was 0.571024. And we're in 571082. So it might be a very similar world line to that one, if the divergence meter can be trusted in that way. I felt like I was floating up from the bottom of a black pit. My mind slowly began to clear.
ここは
I slowly looked around the room. There was no way I could mistake it. This was the Future Gadget Lab. The place I'd been just a moment ago. There was nothing unusual about it, except for the fact that everyone was missing. Oh wait, so we are still in January 2nd. But in the Alpha war line. So Mayuri would have died, right? Mayuri should have died already. They've been there just a moment ago, but now they were all gone. I looked at the clock. It had been just about 3 p.m. when I'd finished my call with Maho. Only a few minutes had passed. And in that world line, we never got to know... I don't know if we ever got to know Maho. And there probably isn't an Amadeus if Kurisu is still alive, right? Even if I had passed out, it was possible to imagine all of them leaving me here. It was impossible to imagine all of them leaving me here, which meant...
まさか
I took a slow walk around the room. There were other strange things. Dado's PC, for example. There was a thin layer of dust on the keyboard, so no one has been here for a while. As if no one had used it for a while, thank you. And then the corner of the room. Normally that was where Mayuri put her bags. The paper bags where she always put the cosplay outfits she was working on. I'd seen them there just a moment ago, but now they were gone. Could this be?
また世界線が
Yes,
変わった
indeed. But why?
そういえば
Kurisu's words from before. Why would Kurisu say something like that? Did it have something to do with the world line change? I took the phone out of my pocket and went to start the Amadeus app, and then stopped. I just realized we don't know who's changing the world lines, right? Yeah, we have no idea. It's involuntary so far. We've experienced 2 in this particular storyline so far. So the first one was just like we were standing in, I don't know if it's Akihabara, but like that pedestrian crossway bridge, if you recall. Like we were just standing there and we were talking with Fubuki, and then the world line changed. So that was the first one. And then, you know, if we just continue down the storyline, the second one that we experienced just now is that we picked up the call from Amadeus, and we got a cry of help from Kurisu, which did not sound like Amadeus Kurisu, if you remember. Like, Amadeus Kurisu always referred to us as Okabe-san. That one sounded like the original. Or, you know, at least someone with a developed history with us. So yeah, in this world line, there is no Amadeus. So this, I think then I was right in that the divergence meter does work as expected between Steins Gate and Steins Gate 0. So this is the world where we got the IBM 5100, we hacked into CERN, there was the whole Jellyman experiment. I don't know what happened to everybody else in that original world. I mean, I guess we do, right? This is everything went as expected. So Ferris's father died 10 years ago. Suzuha went back to 1975. Basically right before the ending of Steins Gate 0. I mean Steins Gate, but later on in time. Like, vocabulary is hard when describing this game. Okay, so January 2nd, like I said, Mayuri probably died already. Daru hasn't been here for months. We do know Kurisu, but there's absolutely no Amadeus. We probably don't know Maho. Let's see.
消えてる。
The Amadeus icon was gone from my phone.
どういうことだ。これは。
My mind raced to try to come up with an explanation, but of course, I came up with nothing.
落ち着け。とにかく状況を確認するんだ。
I needed to calmly find out what this world was like. I was about to walk toward the door to find out, and then the back of the room. I heard a sound from the back of the development room, which no one ever used anymore. Someone was there. Who? Daru? Mayuri? How much do you want to bet it's Kurisu? I slowly approached. The love of our life. I almost couldn't breathe. I never forgot. I'd never forgotten her. The girl standing there was Makisa Kurisu. Hoi, Hordian. Welcome in. It's a mess already. It's a mess already. Oh my god, this game is playing with my feelings. So, to catch you up, we just experienced a world line change after picking up the call from Amadeus. Where are we and what's happening? Okay. Alright, real quick. So way back when we got the first attack in the lab by the man in masks and the lady in a motorcycle helmet. After that, right, we went through the whole sequence of like making sure that technology is gonna help us protect Maho, etc., etc. And the fork is when we had a call with Maho, and Maho told us that she believed Amadeus has been compromised, right? She said, I think someone probably hacked into Amadeus. And then we got a call from Amadeus, but we were so scared originally in the Maho ending that we didn't pick up the call. But this time we picked up the call. And there was a cry for help from Kurisu. And she said, help me, Okabe. In a very like original Kurisu, not the square bracket Kurisu mannerism. And then the word line changed. Okay, so this is kind of where we are. We went into a word line that is in beta. It's the alpha word line. So this is the word line that it would have been if we chose the Kurisu ending in the original game. Fortean. So like, I think, I haven't been confirmed yet, but Mayuri has died, etc., because the divergence number is extremely close to that one. Hi, Maki. So that's where we are. We found ourselves in the Future Gadgets lab where everything is collecting dust, including Daru's keyboard. And then we went into the development room because we heard some noise and we saw Kurisu without parentheses there. And we're stunned. Makisa Kurisu was looking down at something.
バカな。
Kurisu couldn't be here because she was dead. Was I seeing things? Was my desire to see her making me hallucinate? Yeah. Like actual flesh and blood Kurisu. Yes. We're back in Alpha World Line now. So whatever that change, we don't know what, Lenya, to your point, we have no idea what caused the world line jump, right? Whatever that was changed it significantly such that we're back here again. So maybe someone went back in time and saved Kurisu? I don't know. We don't know. Maybe this is like a later I'm just theory crafting. I'm sorry. But like maybe a later Okabe Rintaro went back and saved Makisa Kurisu, and that's how we ended up here. No idea. Did I read that line? Yeah, I did. But it seemed far too realistic to be a hallucination. Still, it felt like if I spoke a word, she'd disappear. I couldn't say a thing. Nice, Hordian. What was she staring at without even moving a muscle? She was so still that I thought she must be a hallucination after all, but then she finally exhaled a little and slowly turned around. I can't tell you how much I miss the original art. I miss This Kurisa, I miss this original art. Oh my goodness, this is so good. Welcome back.
岡部
My throat was dry and I couldn't speak.
来てたなら来てたって言いなさいよ。黙って立ってたらびっくりするじゃない。明けましておめでとう。
See, now my only question is this the Kurisu who knew our feelings? I think it must be. Let it out. Okabe, let it out. It's okay.
それにしても珍しいわね。あんたがここに顔出すなんて。
So she didn't go back to America. Wait, what? Okay.
岡部
クリス
Yeah, me too, Hordian. I feel like I said, I think we just started and I'm already, like, it's already playing with my feelings.
Chris なんだな。
新年早々何言ってるのよ。大丈夫？何か悪いものでも食べた？
Even her slightly peeved expression.
クリス
何？
And the gentle flash you sometimes saw in her eyes. And this.
どうしたのよ。本当に大丈夫な。
Hug her! Yeah, there we go! Yes! Even her warmth.
あんた急に何を。
It wasn't a hallucination or an artificial intelligence on screen. It was the real Makise Kurise.
岡部
The real, live Makise Kurise.
「ねえ岡部お願い話して。
すまない。でももう少しだけこのまま。
あんたもしかして泣いてるの？
I realized for the first time that my cheeks were wet. She hugged us back. But at what cost, right? But at what cost? I don't think I think this is at the cost of Mayuri, but we will see. I felt her soft hands on my back.
心配しないで。もう平気だから。
クリス
Ah, young love.
大丈夫よ。大丈夫だから。
She whispered to me in a soft voice and patted me on the back and wrapped her arms around me, like a kind mother holding a child.
すまなかった。
Mom? I finally calmed myself down. She was still there. The amount of trauma he has gone through, he's older than all of us combined. He aged like 30 years from the trauma, probably. Probably. Still not be all of us combined, though. But yeah, no. Poor guy. She still existed. Now that I'd calmed down, I realized what that meant. Yes.
気にしないで。無理もないわよ。私だって時々あるもの。そういうこと。
そういうこと？
思い出したんでしょ？まゆりのこと。
Yup. Alright, get ready to cry, you guys. That's right, Chris was here. Which meant that this was the Alpha World line. The world without Mayuri. The world where Mayuri died. Some small part of me had wished that this was the world beyond Steins Gate. That this was a new future which someone else had opened for me. But of course, that was too good to be true. There was no way for me to know what happened, but I must have made my choice to give up on Mayuri. There was the future where she was gone. Confronted once more with the reality of Mayuri's death, my heart felt like it was about to burst. How had she died?
Okabe?
Was she pushed in front of a train? Nah. That devil child. Damn the VA. Did they shoot her? Or
落ち着いて。
Chris's tiny hand wrapped around mine.
ね、ほら、深く息を吐いて。
Little by little, my racing heart began to calm down.
ごめん、私が余計なこと言っちゃったから。
いや、そうじゃないんだ。そうじゃ。
I think the VA is actually incredibly famous. I saw the voice actor list the other day, and I think... Oh my god. Yeah, I am Googling right now. But I'm pretty sure he voiced a bunch of other shows that I really liked too. The Japanese cast. Gosh darn. I think he was in Oran High School Host Club too, right? Japanese voice actors. Yeah, Mamoru Miyano. That's right. Yeah, he's huge. He did Matsuoka Rin too? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Light. Okay. Yep. And he was in the original too, so it's not like they brought him on because, you know, budget got bigger or something. Gosh darn, the VA. Okay, sorry for that detour.
薬飲む？水持ってくる。
I rummaged through my pocket and found a small box of pills. It was the same anxiety medication that I'd already been taking. Even in this world, I was still on the same drugs. I looked around the room while Kurisu got me some water from the tap.
ねえ岡部、どうしてここに来たの？
It wasn't really by choice.
ここにはずっと寄りつかなかったでしょ。橋田も来なくなったし。
誰も。
ええ。
The room was awfully clean then. I took a closer look and saw that there were a few places, like Daru's PC, that were covered in dust, but the rest seemed to have been regularly cleaned.
お前はクリスは来ていたのか。
時々ね。じゃないと寂しいだろうと思って。
He wasn't Hunter Hunter? I guess I have to update myself on the voice acting cast on Hunter Hunter then. I didn't realize he was in Hunter Hunter. I didn't have to ask who they were. Mayuri loved this place. She loved the Future Gadget Lab. She loved the time she spent with all the lab members here.
ごめんね。
Oh, that's painful that Kurisu is the only one, like, holding down the fort.
どうして謝る？
だって。
I waited, but no answers ever came. What was she apologizing for? For talking about Mayuri? For making me remember? Or for making me choose? She knows.
クリス。
何？
あ、いや、なんでもない。
If I said something, she'd answer me right away. I could reach out and touch her. That alone brought me to the verge of tears. If I just stayed here like this. What was I thinking? I'd given up on everything and left her to die. And still, I was happy to be back here in this world line with Kurisu. As I was sad over losing Mayuri, part of me was thinking I wanted to stay here, even though I didn't have the right. If there was a god in this world, he must be a cruel, twisted being. Why was he doing this to me again? Was what I'd done that wrong? I'd already made my choice once. There was no way to save the world. There was no way to save Kurisu, but with Kurisu in front of me, I was already starting to waver. Should I go back to the beta word line? Should I send a D-mail? The D-mail.
そういえば、電話レンジカッコ仮はどうした？
どうって、あんたが破棄させたんでしょ？忘れたの？
Don't worry about homework, Hordian. Just enjoy the story. But I can imagine how lost you are. I mean, I'll be honest, there were probably a couple of VODs you can just straight up skip because I think sometimes they're very, very slow. as you can imagine. Okay, so we destroyed we destroyed phone wave in this world too. So how...
そうだったな。
It seems that way, yeah. In all the world lines, we end up destroying time travel. In beta, we destroyed it after we couldn't save Kurisu. In alpha, we destroyed it after we gave up on Mayuri, right? And so someone else, or a future us, that's entirely possible too. Of distant future, Okabe Rintaro could be time traveling. The phone wave name subject to change no longer existed, it seemed. Of course it didn't. Its mere existence had made us a target of CERN. But without it, I couldn't leave this world line on my own. So even if I did stay here in this world line, it wouldn't be my responsibility. It wasn't my fault, and it wasn't something I'd wanted, which meant...
ねえ、岡部。悪いんだけど、何か飲むもの買ってきてくれない？
飲むもの？
ちょっと喉乾いちゃったのよね。できれば温かいものがいいわ。
That seemed very intentional, but okay.
インスタントのコーヒーぐらいなら作るぞ。
Wasn't that what Kurisa had always made me do? Two cubes of sugar, no milk.
コーヒー切らしちゃってるのよ。
わかった。
She's trying to get us out of the lab. What are you planning? What are you scheming, girl? Yeah, I should go. I want to get outside and think things through.
ミルクと砂糖の入った甘いやつね。
ミルクは入れないんじゃなかったのか。
寒い日には思いっきり甘ったるいものが飲みたくなる。
了解だ。
I stood up and headed for the door, but turned around halfway. Hug her once more.
何？
いや。
And I love the color choices when they held each other, right? Like the sad scientist Okabe Rintaro in his black suit with Kurisu in her white lab coat. I love it. It felt like if I took my eyes off her, she'd disappear, but that was far too embarrassing to say.
岡部。しっかりね。
It's okay, be lame, be in love, be vulnerable.
子供じゃないんだ。お使いぐらいできる。
そうね。いってらっしゃい。
My whole body relaxed the second I stepped outside of the lab. Evidently, meeting the living Kurisu had made me really tense. I didn't know how to talk to her or what to say anymore, even though I'd spoken to Kurisu like it was the most normal thing in the world. I still couldn't believe it, though. Was this really the Alpha World line? No, if Kurisu was here, it had to be. But then why? who had caused the world line to change and how? Yes, same question. Theory, Amadeus is hacking CERN and activating the time machine. Otherwise, why would the Rounder be after us? They still are, even in another way and after other people in the future. Yeah. The interesting thing is, I think after the Maho ending, it seems like Amadeus can get reading Steiner, right? Because Maho was saying how Amadeus should theoretically have all the functionalities and operate just like a human brain. So it is entirely possible that she could get reading Steiner or that virus that they talked about, which may have been like a mass phenomena of reading Steiner as well. Interesting. And I also wonder if the mass phenomena of reading Steiner is a result of CERN doing experiments in the future. Anyway. That call from Kurisu. What was that what triggered it somehow? No, I should stop thinking about it. If someone else had caused it somehow, I shouldn't get involved anymore. I didn't want to. I didn't want to overthrow the structure of the world anymore. I just wanted to live in peace. In a universe with no world lines or attractor fields. Oh, we read all of this yesterday. We read all of this. Alright, attractor field. Fictional. A world line convergence zone and a standard accepted model in quantum mechanics in 2036, following the many worlds interpretation and the Copenhagen interpretation. According to the model, many world lines scatter in a world branch called an attractor field. Attractor fields are zones in which all world lines will eventually reach the same end result, making the interpretation deterministic in nature. Major splits in a world line at the attractor field level are called world line trunks. One pre-2010 example of the world line trunk occurred in the year 2000. I stopped letting the whims of fate rule my life. There was nothing left that I could do. Suddenly, something seemed very wrong. Kurisu's words a moment ago. What had they meant?
Okabe. しっかりね。
She couldn't mean to. I turned around and rushed back into the lab.
クリスクリスお前それ
参ったわね。見つかっちゃったか。
Oh no. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare, girl. She was just where I'd seen her the first time, standing and looking toward the back of the development room, in the depths of the darkness. In a spot that was a moment ago had been covered by a cloth, I saw an old microwave on with its door taken off. Microwave oven! Alright, ready? A cooking appliance which heats food by bombarding it with electromagnetic waves, microwaves, originally called Radarange. Okay. The microwave was invented with a radar technician accidentally discovered that electromagnetic waves could warm food. Afterwards, research continued, and the consumer appliance version was launched in America in 1947. It emits electromagnetic waves at a frequency of 2.45 gigahertz. This is a special frequency known as ISM band, which is also used by wireless LAN devices. Consumer grade output is around 500 to 1000 watts, and commercial grade output is around 1500 to 2000 watts. Huh? Which guy had a chocolate bar in his pocket? I don't even know what you're saying. The guy had a chocolate bar in his pocket while conducting an experiment about electromagnetic wave. Oh, so that's how he accidentally discovered that? Is that what you're saying? Very neat. The phone wave named subject to change. Why did she lie to us saying that it was decommissioned? Future gadget number 8. It was the gadget that had changed my fate. No, the fate of the world.
どうして？それは破棄したんじゃなかったのか？
ええ、破棄したわ。これは私が新しく作り直したの。言ってみれば電話レンジ買いね。
Once and for all, we're removing the parenthetical. It is the phone wave custom.
正しくはカッコ仮がつくんだった。それなら電話レンジカッコ仮買いになる。
名前なんてどうだっていい。作り直したって。どうしてそんなことを？
過去にメールを送るためよ。
Oh, so maybe all the word line changes that we've been experimenting is Kurisu. This whole freaking time. Maybe she just... That's heartbreaking. She's the one that kept trying and trying and trying after Mayuri died, after Daru left, after Okabe gave up.
メールを送って世界線を変えるの。
That's beautiful. I love that. What are you saying? They were studying light, and they used a prism to spread white light into the spectrum of all waves, all colors of light. The guy was standing outside of the light toward the infrared, and the wave made his chocolate bar melt. Oh, interesting.
うん。あんたにとっては戻すって言った方がいいのかもね。世界線を。これ完成したのはね、実は1ヶ月以上前なの。それからはひたすらここに立って送るべきか送らないでおくべきか悩み続けてた。
Oh, never mind. Then she hadn't. She hadn't sent anything. So who else is changing the world lines, then?
それがまさかあんたの方から来るなんてね。
お前何を？
ねえ岡部、 あんたついさっき別の世界線から来たでしょ。
This girl's bright. She knew immediately.
それもベータ世界線から違う？
気づいてたのか。
そうでなきゃあんたがあんなことするはずないもの。
Only people in beta can change the world line. Other world lines technically don't exist unless someone changes something. Let me think about that again. We're in alpha right now. I kind of see what you mean by other world lines technically don't exist, right? Because beta probably wouldn't have existed if we hadn't sent that email to begin with. But after after alpha is created. Oh, when they were in beta, only someone from that world could have caused change. Sure, I see what you mean. Yes. Okay, I can stand by that. So it likely wasn't Chris. Oh my gosh. Okay, so what is going on?
あんなこと。
だからあんな風に私を抱きしめたりとかそういうことよ。
Well, you know, don't get shy about a hug. It's okay. It was all so wonderful. The way her cheeks reddened in embarrassment as she looked away. The way she pursed her lips. The way she fiddled with the ends of her hair. Everything was just so wonderful. I realized it again. I was in love with her.
さらに言えばその世界線の変動は誰か別の人の手によるものであんたが好き好んで変動させたわけじゃない。
It's so nice to have brain cells in the game again, isn't it? I, for one, welcome her return.
当たってる？
すべてお見通しというわけか。
どれだけあんたのこと見てきたと思ってるのよ。
She watches us.
ああいや違うからな。見てきたって別にそういう意味じゃなくて。
Yes, yes, it's totally
違
that.
わなくもないけど。
Yes. Ah, young love.
とにかく
She took a deep breath and looked up at me
あんたが
again.
ベータ世界線から来たってことはあんたは過去に一度その世界を選択したってことでしょ。
She was so far beyond what I could hope to be. In those brief moments, she discovered all that. She was right about everything. But even so, I couldn't let her know. Admitting that would mean admitting that I left her to die. There was no way I could do that.
すまない。
In the end, that was all I said. But that wasn't a mission, all the same. But instead of looking sad, she...
謝るなバカ。あんたが自分で決めたことでしょうが。だったら自分の選択に自信を持ちなさい。
She is wife material. She really is. She tried to cheer me up. That's right. Chris was right. I was the one who had chosen the beta world line. But
それにね、あんたは多分間違ってなかった。さっき来たばっかりのあんたは知らないだろうけど、この半年間、あんたはずっと自分を責めてた。そんな素振り、 私には決して見せようとしなかったけど。
It was the same. It was the same as what I'd gone through. It was the same as the beta
で
warline.
もどうしてあげることもできなかった。だってあんたの苦しみは私のせいだから。私を生かすためにあんたは苦しんでたんだから。でもね、それも今日で終わり。終わりにしなきゃいけないのよ。
What are you suggesting?
だってこのままじゃあんたはずっと罪の意識に苛まれて最後には押しつぶされちゃう。
同じだ。
どういうこと？
どっちにしても結局俺はずっと後悔するんだ。マイリを救えなかったこと、お前を救えなかったこと、アルファ世界線にいてもベータ世界線にいてもそれは変わらない。
So maybe I should just stay here.
しっかりしなさい、岡部倫太郎。
She called her full name.
クリス、
なんて顔してるのよ。あんたらしくない。私の好きな法王院京馬さんはもっと自信に満ちた顔してなきゃ。
A confession to Hoin Kyoma, nevertheless. Hoin Kyoma, huh? There was a name I hadn't heard in a long time.
あんたは正しい道を選択したの。マユリを助けるっていう選択を。それは決して間違ってない。
でも俺はお前を。
I know it's a hot take. I'm still gonna say it again. I hate the fact that Kurisu has to be the one having this conversation with him. I just think it's terrible that she has to be the one talking about how her death is the correct thing to have happened.
いい？今あんたがここにいるのは、そうね、夢を見ているだけよ。
It's not. You're not a dream, Kurisu.
夢？
そう、夢の中であんたは私に会った。ただそれだけのこと。そう思えば少しは気も楽でしょ。
Kurisu sighed a little and laughed.
これだけ脳の研究が進んでいるのに、夢を見るメカニズムって実はまだ明確にはなっていないのよね。
You're with me on the hot take? Together! A dream would be everyone making it alive. Yeah, Steins Gate, right? That's the dream.
眠っている間に脳内では記憶の整理が行われている。その過程で発生するのが夢だっていう説もあるけど。
See, this is so frustrating. She's pulling the same stuff at us again. You know how, like, back in Steins Gate, we had that, I don't know, argument with her in the stairwell, and she was like, well, you know, she was trying to come up with alternative explanations on how, like, other world lines may continue in parallel, and she's just fine, right? She's pulling this at us again. Like, oh my god. I'm not frustrated at her. I'm frustrated that she has to do that.
要するにここはベータ世界線のあんたが迷い込んだ夢の中の世界。あんたの頭の中を整理するためにね。そしてこれが夢ならいつかは目を覚まさなきゃならない。 そうでしょ。
でもこれは夢なんかじゃない。現にこうして。
You tell her, Nintaro. You tell her. I reached out and touched her cheek.
現にこうしてお前はここにいるじゃないか。
感触だって脳が感じさせている機能の一つよ。
I mean, Kurisu, by that logic, we could all just be brains floating in jars. Hello, Hurt. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful evening. You are also a brain floating in jars, right? We're all brains floating in jars. None of this is real. I mean, she took a quick step back. The sensation in her cheek disappeared from my fingers.
だいたいここにいてもあんたは幸せにはなれない。ずっと後悔の念を拭うことはできないの。
But I know I wouldn't be happy there either.
そしてそれは私も同じ。
I know she's coming from a good place, but it's just like, oh my god.
ベータ世界線でも変わらない。俺はずっとお前を助けられなかったことを悔やみながら生きてきた。
だけど少なくともまゆりは幸せでいられるでしょ。
I don't think she was. Mayuri, even though she didn't know about Kurisu exactly, she knew that Okabe wasn't happy. She knew that Okabe had someone else that he loved. I think exactly, Mayuri was sad because we're sad, even though she doesn't know why we're sad, right?
マユリは
not happy. She doesn't know anything because that's what I wanted. But it's kind of like that cutscene with Luca too. It's like I'm sure Mayuri is aware that we're hiding things from her, but it's complicated because she knows that we didn't want her to know. And she doesn't know how to ask. I wanted her to know nothing and be happy. For now, that wish was still coming true, but...
あんたはまゆりに笑っててほしい。そう願ってる。私も同じなの。
To a certain extent, it's a little belittling, right? How Okabe has sort of unilaterally decided that this is the best for Mayuri.
ということはやっぱりあんたの選択は間違ってはなかったってことよ。
I'd finally met her again, but she was here, alive, right in front of me, but...
もう
She walked up to me without even trying to hide her frustration.
いい加減にしなさい、岡部倫太郎。一度出した結論でしょうが、あんたはここにいちゃいけないの。帰らなきゃいけない。
See, that I can stand behind. But don't coat it with the sugar of that's the right choice or that's the, everyone is happy. That's clearly the better choice. You know? Hi, Steve. How are you? Happy Saturday.
夢から覚めなきゃいけないのよ。だってもうそうやって苦しむあんたを見ていたくないから。
I get it, right? But like, if you're ever in the other person's position, like, you rarely want the lies and the deceit and, you... Exactly. You're good. How am I? Just woke up. I'm good. I mean, as much as I've been like yelling at the screen, I'm enjoying this. I really am. The more emotionally invested you hear me about a game that I'm playing, even if I sound upset, I love it. Okay, so.
クリス。
さあ、これ以上は時間の無駄よ。私はやるから。
That's short-lived. I wish we could have spent more time with Kurisu. She turned away from me. I could feel the strength of her will, her resolve. I remembered what I'd seen just after I'd come to this world line. Kurisu had been just standing there, in front of the phone wave named subject to change. Thinking back, she probably already made her decision, without anyone knowing. Without anyone to say goodbye to. Oh. She'd chosen to go to a world where she would no longer exist. It had probably taken her a long time and a lot of struggle to come to that decision. She probably asked herself 1,000 times if it was really the right answer. If this was what she had chosen after all that, I didn't have the right to stop her. It would be wrong.
ねえ岡部、夢から覚める前に一つ約束して。
Gosh darn, girl, you're sticking to that narrative.
約束？
ベータ世界線に行ったら私のことは忘れなさい。
No. That was just the opposite of what she had said that day. That day, the day when I'd chosen the Beta War line, she'd said to me, "Don't forget me." But now she was asking for the opposite.
忘れるなんて。そんなことできるわけないだろ。
Because she's seen how much you suffered. She was always like that. She always cared more about the others than herself. She always sacrificed herself. She was asking me, yes, for my sake only. She didn't want to be forgotten. She hated being forgotten more than anyone else could.
言ったでしょ。これは夢よ。夢は普通起きたら忘れるもんでしょ。
She was stubborn and bullheaded. I would never be able to forget her, but
子供の頃に見た悪夢は今でも覚えてるぞ。
誰が悪夢な？誰が？
it was all I could do to keep her from breaking down, but that was probably the same for her.
とにかく私のことは忘れること。今日あったこともこれまであったことも。それが私の望みだから。
She turned around, stuck out her pinky finger. She forced it around mine.
指切り玄満。嘘ついたら海馬に電極ぶっ刺す。指切った。
That's very in character of Kurisu. I'll stab an electrode into your hippocampus.
随分と語呂が悪いな。
ほっとけ。
Her hand moved away from mine. Her gaze looked away from me. It was almost time to say goodbye. She was sending a message to the past. I knew it was the right thing to do. I knew this was what she wanted, but still.
クリス。
What is she sending to the past? Our voices overlapped.
どうした？
あんたこそ何？
なんでもない。ただ呼んでみただけだ。
The name of the person I cared for.
偶然ね。私も同じ。
The name of the person I loved.
ねえ、あんたは覚えてる？私と初めて会った時のこと。
忘れられるわけがない。何しろ強烈だったからな。
それを言うならあんたの方こそ。ほんと、あの時はまさかこんな風になるなんて思ってもみなかったわ。まさかあんな出会いでこんなにも。
She's deleting the first email? But she's using the phone wave. I mean, to delete the first email, it had to be hacking into the Stern's database. Shouldn't it? So I don't know what she's sending, really. Hi Bari, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Stream is good. How was your stream? What were you playing? Hold on, let me give you a quick shout out. If I can spell correctly. Darkest Dungeon. Did you have a good stream? What was that game about? Are you having fun? As always, thank you so much for the raid, and we're just playing Steins Gate 0, and we're going further on the route of I don't know. I don't really know. Like right now, Okarin doesn't really have a strong sense of this is what I'm gonna do next, right? Unlike how Steins Gate was. So we're just trying to keep everyone alive as much as we can. We're sinking our teeth into Darkest Dungeon. It is a stressful and challenging yet fun RPG/management game. You take a bunch of heroes and try to take back your family's estate from otherworldly corruption. Wow. Interesting. I'll have to swing by at some point to watch you play that then. Is it... So it's not like a roguelike kind of thing. It's a straight RPG? And did you finish I'm a Teenage Exocolonist? Luckily that wasn't right. Okay, good. But yeah, with the story right now, we're just saying goodbye to the love of our life that by sheer chance we got to meet again. But I think she is sending us back to the world or to the universe where we had to live on without her. So it has some roguelike elements, but it's more RPG than anything. Darkest Dungeon 2 is far more in the roguelike genre. And you finished Teenage Exocolonist, led an insurrection, transcended space and time, and somehow ended up a lawyer. That would not be my career of choice after transcending space and time, but I guess to each their own. But neat. I'll definitely swing by sometime. Yeah, thank you as always for the raid, and absolutely if you need to do any post-stream self-care, feel free to step away and stuff like that. Thank you for bringing your friends in to hang out with us in more space-time fuckery, if you would. It wasn't your choice either. The game picked it for you for reasons you've yet to understand. Well, I wonder if... I don't know. I guess I'll find out when I play it, right? But I wonder if that's always the end, the career of choice in the end. Would lead to meeting someone so important to me. All right, give me 1 second. What the heck am I doing? We just didn't know that things would end up like this. I never thought that encounter would lead to meeting someone so important to me. That's right, because the first time we met Kurisu in this world line, we called her a zombie. And thank you for the hydrate. I don't know if I'm crunchy today. I don't think I'm that crunchy today, though. Yeah. No popping shoulders or... Oh, there we go. Thank you for the stretch. Not that I'd say it now. No, you say it now. Why wouldn't you say it now? This is when you come clean about all of your feelings for each other, right? And also, one thing I don't understand is why are they in such a rush? Why can't they cherish this time that they have with each other? This is basically stolen time, right? I understand that Kurisu is like, everything is a dream, forget about me, so maybe she doesn't want to deepen the connection. But like, come on, it's stolen time. Why couldn't you spend a decent time with each other and just like chill? Barry, you said you'll definitely be going back to that Teenage Exocolonist at some point, but you have a queue of games chat has forced upon you. Good for you. I think I'm too headstrong to let chat force games upon me, so I just let them add it to my never-ending to playlist. That is now upwards of 30 games by this point. You can I mean, it'll just keep adding to the queue, but I still play what I want to play. So nudge. A lot of heavy nudging. Yes, of course, Ordian. But I'm also someone that's just like, everything looks interesting, right? Like, I want to give, most things that I don't immediately hate at least a try. And so you did put those games down as stretch goals during fundraisers, so you did kind of ask for it. Yep, okay, that's fair.
でも言っとくけど、私たちの出会いも覚えてていいのは今のうちだからな。
You're only allowed to remember our meeting right now, even for a little.
世界線が戻ったら忘れなきゃいけないんだからな。
Even just for a
分かってる
second.
よ。
Just for an instant.
そんなに簡単に忘れられるんだ。
Oh my gosh. Can you two kiss already? If it would just last just a little
お
longer.
前が言い出したことだろ。
Her voice.
そうだけど、そんな風にあっさり言われちゃうと、それはそれでムカつく。
Oh. The way she moved.
忘れろと言ったり、忘れるなと言ったり、一体どっちなんだ？
Her smile.
冗談。嘘よ。嘘。
なんだ？嘘なのか？
そう。嘘。
Quack quack. Just a little longer so that I could remember it all. But I was out of time.
岡部。それじゃあ。
I would be so upset if they don't get to kiss. It was kind of inappropriate for the moment, but it took too long to play. I don't know what's going on. There was like a few second delay, right? Those words were the sign that the magic was over. The clock struck the clock struck 12.
あ、
They didn't kiss. I'm upset. There were a million things I wanted to say, but I stopped myself. Kurisa smiled, satisfied, and turned back toward the phone wave. She probably already had the message ready. The phone wave, named Subject to Change, started to boom and crackle like thunder. There was a long, long countdown. Interesting. The whole time, Kurisa faced away from me, and I just watched. The noise got louder, the countdown continued, and then it was time.
岡部。いい目覚めよ。
Kurisa turned around with a big smile on her face. Her voice was cut off by the roar. She didn't kiss us. 1.05649? Is that the number? Hold on. Have I seen something like it somewhere before? No. This is different. This is quite close to the Maho ending word line, though. Yeah, 1.053649. No, don't worry about it. It doesn't have to be accurate. I don't have anything close to it right now. The closest to it is was the Maho ending. Okay. All right, do it if it satisfies you, Hordian. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And thank you so much for the gift sub. Now Lenya can be a strong duck again. And what did you say, Snazzle? By the way, now is the time to mention that the Steins Gate Zero anime isn't quite a remake of the visual novel. It's sort of a continuation. So there you get to see what D-Mail Carissa said. Oh, interesting. Yeah, 1.053649. That's exactly what I have. Perfect. Thank you. I liked being right. What are we doing? And then I woke up from my short dream. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Oh no. Okay. You submitted a walk-on? I will take a quick look at it. We're probably gonna watch both animes and the OVA after this game. Question mark? Yeah, actually that's a really good suggestion, and now I'm thinking about it. So I did tell you guys that in June, like in late June through August, I wouldn't be able to stream consistently, and I guess this is like a good time for me to say a little bit more about it. So I'm gonna have guests at my place, and you know, if they are off to travel and do other things, I'll be able to stream, but otherwise I wouldn't be able to. And so I guess while they're here, we could do watch-alongs, and we could just like chat in can we talk when the screen is spinning? Yes. All right. Okabe, stop spinning. Better, Hordian? I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Because I have two screens, so I just looked away from it. What was I saying? Yeah, so I was thinking, now that you brought it up, I think it would be great if we do watch-alongs during those that the times when I'm unable to stream in Discord, and we could just like chat and freak out in in a server or something, right? I think that'll be fun. So we might be able to do that, just so that like you guys don't entirely forget about me in those few months. But I'll be here. I'm sure I'll be able to like squeeze a couple of weeks of stream in and out and stuff. So I'm sure we'll get to do things. Yeah, but I just won't be able to stream consistently during those months. Okay. So we woke up from our dream. Gosh darn. And Hurt is going out for a few beers. Enjoy your beers, Hurt. Have a good one. Thank you for streaming by. It was always good to see you. Maki, in your opinion, the anime takes this excellent chapter to excellent plus level. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I've definitely read, I think on Reddit, that why is my brain blanking? That, you know, it's a adaptation of the visual novel, especially Zero. And so there are some quote-unquote original stuff in the Zero anime, which I would be interested to see after we finish the visual novel. I barely know you, but I already like you a lot. What is that? That reminds me of that song, right? Like, hey, I just met you, right? And this is crazy. Cringe. Exactly. All right. Color gradually returned to my blacked out vision. I didn't ask for your number, don't worry. Oh, interesting. I never noticed this. The log marks the dates. That's cool. Can we see the log of the date back in the original? Oh no. I should have checked. I mean, probably was the same date though, right? The lab started to come back into focus. I could tell immediately that the world line had changed. I could still see Kurisu when I closed my eyes, but she wasn't in the development room anymore. It was like the whole thing had been a daydream. I felt like I'd been caught in a boundary between dreaming and wakefulness. I was back to a world without Kurisu. This wasn't the Alpha World line. So here's my Discord, call me maybe. There was no point in even bothering to check. A moment ago, only Kurisu and I had been in this room, and now everyone was here.
Kagari, どうしたの? 具合悪い?
And we lost the only brain cell in the game. But it's okay. Instead, we have Mayuri. We have Flower Girl.
いや、大丈夫だ。
Mayuri.
お薬飲みますか?
平気だよ。心配ない。
You know what I hope? I hope that Okabe will re-embrace Oin Kyoma after talking to Kurisu. That's my hope. Right? Because I think he had been so ashamed of Hoen Kyoma up until this point, right? He felt like it was an embarrassing part of himself. And then Kurisu just made a confession to Hoen Kyoma, which I love. I love that because Kurisu hated, well, not hated, but she like rolled her eyes on Hoen Kyoma through most of Steins Gate. So I want the return of Hoen Kyoma so badly right now. And yes, I agree, Rukako is so cute in this game. I mean, I think all the girls are super cute in this game. Hi, Mari. No worries. Absolutely. Thank you again for the raid and for trusting me with your friends. And I hope that you have a wonderful, restful sleep. Thank you again for dropping by. It's great to see you. Rukako, and?
本当に無理しちゃダメだよ.
Oh, that must feel weird to see Kagari. Because she looks so much like Kurisu. Sina Kagari. If Mayuri and Kagari were here, that meant I was back to the beta
ちょっと
line.
腹が減っただけだ。朝から何も食べてなくてな。
もうオカリンさんたらダメだよ。ちゃんとご飯は食べなきゃ。ダルおじさんみたいに大きくなれないよ。
I don't know if I want to get big like Daru.
ああなるくらいなら一食抜いた方がマシだよ。
Huh?
だったらマユシーが何か作ってあげるよ。
ママが作れるの？
Wait, hold on. What? Okay, so she is calling Daru Oji-san. So that's the difference relative to the other timeline. In that, does she have her memory this time? How did we find her? Why is she so comfortable with her relationship with mom and Daru?
もうかがりちゃんまでそういうこと言うんだから。これでもね、最近はユキさんにお料理教えてもらってるんだよ。
あ、じゃあ僕が手伝うから。
待ってくれ。
Yes, Okarin. Is your brain cell paying you a visit now?
すみません。僕手伝わない方がいいですか？
いや、そうじゃない。そうじゃないんだ。
I looked around at everyone and then back
かがりさ
at
ん。
Kagari.
やだな、オカリンさん。私のことはかがりでいいって言ってるのに。
She is her mannerisms are so different. What is going on? She would probably make such a cool mom. Something was different.
じゃあ、かがり。さっき、まゆりのことをなんて呼んでたか聞いてもいいか？
なんてってママだよ。
どうして？
This is like one happy family. We got Mayuri, we got Daru, we got Suzuha, and we got Kagari. You're like the only one without an offspring. Okabe, what's going on?
どうしても何もママはママだもん。ね、ママ。
えへへ、やっぱりそう呼ばれるのちょっと照れちゃうな。
I felt vaguely dizzy watching Mayuri fidget in
知ってる
embarrassment.
のか？二人とも未来の世界で親子だってことを。
かがりちゃんのことはオカリンが教えてくれたんだよ。
俺が？
本当のことを知っておいた方がいいってね。
I mean, that's a good step to the right direction, right? I like letting Mayuri know things. I think that's the right thing to do.
ね
Did I really tell them? Did I tell them something so important?
じゃあ、もしかしてルカ子も？
ごめんなさい。僕聞くつもりはなかったんですけど、
Luka's
耳に入って
horrified.
しまって。
Lukako lowered his head in apology.
あ、でも大丈夫です。他の人には言ってませんし、 それに
I mean, by this point, everyone in the lab should be in the loop by now, right?
僕ちょっとだけ嬉しかったんです。皆さんと
Oh,
秘密を共有できて。
poor soul. Yeah. Okabe should make a habit out of telling people he just experienced reading Steiner. I mean, he's probably tired of it with like all the time jumps that he had to do in the Alpha World line. Remember how every time he jumped, he had to like explain everything to Kurisu all over again? He's probably just tired. He should just like have a sheet of paper, right? Print it out or something like that. Carry it with him.
本当は直接教えてもらえればよかったんですけど。
Luca. I'm happy that he's in the know now too. It's good. It's good for everybody. Even Lukako knew about Mayuri and Kagari, which meant that, of course.
でも驚きました。タイムマシンとか未来とかお話の世界のものだって思ってたんですけど、実現できるなんて。
I'm very happy. Because he was so sad over how like his friends were hiding things from him, that he felt left out and everything. I'm very glad. He knew about the time machine. Evidently, I hadn't simply come straight back from the Alpha World line. I was in a world line slightly different from the one I'd been in before. The divergence meter I'd used before was gone now. That meant I didn't have a precise number, but this all felt very different. The problem was finding out what was the same as the old world line and what was different.
カガリ、もう少し質問させてほしい。
何？
I showered Kagari with questions in an effort to find out what was going on. Here's what I learned. First, Kagari retained her memories of her childhood. All right, we're gonna write that down. In other words, of the year 2036. She knew Mayuri, Daru, Suzuha, and also Ferris and Lukako. But as for what the world of 2036 was like, and how she had become Mayuri's daughter, she hadn't told them the details about that. Fortunately, they hadn't seemed too interested in knowing about their futures. Everyone always thinks they want to know what their future holds, but when the chance finally comes, fear outweighs your curiosity. The future wasn't always a happy ending. Knowing the future might destroy your dreams. It might be a death sentence like it was for me. Some people would lose all sense of meaning in their lives if they knew there was inevitably going to be a war in which 5 billion people died.
それじゃあ、ここに来たのはルカ子の家に居候したのがきっかけで間違いないな。
うん。っていうか、オカリンさんがママと引き合わせてくれたんだよ。覚えてないの？
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだが、一応確かめておこうと思ってな。
一応ね。変なオカリンさん。
Kagari going missing had happened almost exactly as I remembered it. The same was true of how she came to us, and...
行方不明になっていた間は、どこで何をしていたのか、全然覚えていないのか。
Okay, so between 1999 to 2011, she has no idea.
綺麗さっぱり。気づいたらお寺で寝かされてた。
She was still missing some of her memories too. In other words, in this world line, the only memories she had were of her childhood and of the last few weeks since she had woken up in the Chiba Mountains. And most important part was still missing. At least we got a Shaolin monk and a soldier in this world line, and a rounder, but she's of no use. I mean, Moika was very useful. I don't know about how useful Kagari would be though, right? Was there anything else I needed to ask? I was staring at the floor, trying to think. Then I realized that something was missing.
床が綺麗だ。
What do you mean? Oh, no gun mark? Maybe? Is that what you're trying to say?
さっき岡部さんが来る前に掃除しておきました。
Oh, Luca's so domestic.
いや、そうじゃなくて、床に小さな穴が開いてたはずなんだが。
Yeah, no bullet hole.
床に穴ですか？
So no attack yet. The lab had been attacked just last night. During the attack, one of their bullets had left a dark hole in the floor.
穴なんて開いてたかな。なかったと思うけど。
ちなみに、お前たち昨日はどうだった？
Which I still think was Amadeus was to prevent the attack from happening. I don't know. We'll see. Also, I don't think you were here at the very beginning of the stream, but Hordian, I feel like, and this is all speculation, so please don't confirm nor deny it, but I think there is still a possibility that the motorcycle lady was not Rias. Because I think in Maho's ending, we did not actually get a direct confirmation from Rias, right? That she was of the motorcycle crew, really? And the fact that how Rias was so not shy from killing people is very different from how, you know, the first attack only wanted to capture Kagari and fired warning shots and stuff like that. Hold on, what did I just do? Okay. So yesterday's party went on without a hitch.
あんなに楽しかったの、私初めてだった。
They wouldn't say that if there had been an attack, which meant that the attack had never taken place. Was no one after Kagari in this world? No, it was way too early to assume that. I still didn't know what had happened when she had gone missing. Until I did, I wouldn't say for sure if she was safe. Just like how sometimes Mayuri's death would occur on different days in the Alpha War line, the same thing might happen a few days later. In fact, it would be better to be cautious.
またみんなでパーティーしたいね。
その時は僕も何か作るよ。
私も手伝う。
They all started happily talking about last night's party. At first glance, it was a peaceful scene, but something sinister might be happening and I just didn't know it. No, I knew something had to be happening. The fact that the world line was changing was proof. Why had it changed anyway? I thought back to the events of that night. First, someone had taken over Amadeus. Kurisu had called me and asked for help. The world line had changed last night. The world line had changed right after I'd answered, which meant the key was... Question, can we use our phone at any time? Let's see. I think not. I'm pretty sure I can't. Let's see. Config. Where is my... No. Like, I can't even bring up the phone with Z anymore. So, I think Steins Gate 0 is a little bit more... Yeah, it's not here. So once the clock comes back up, I'll bring it back on. I'll see. I'll check if we could do that. The world line had changed right after I'd answered, which meant that the key was Amadeus. Did Amadeus have something to do with the word line change? And what about the group who had attacked Kagari? Was it all connected? Maybe I need to find out.
ところでかがりちゃん、時間大丈夫？
On time?
あ、いっけない。休憩時間終わってた。店長に怒られちゃう。
Oh, are you doing part-time work downstairs?
店長ということはバイトしてるのか？
そうだよ。下のブラウン管工房で。ってこの前言ったじゃん。
そうだったか。
In the old world line, Kagari had started working after Tenozi after the attack. Wow, had started working for Tenozi after the attack. That was another difference.
もう今日のオカリンさんはボケボケだね。しっかりしてよ。
She is so confident in this world line. And lively.
すまない。
Kagari hopped up and skipped out of the room. Her words and mannerisms were much more childish than had been in the last world
アルバイ
line.
ト頑張ってね。
はーい。それじゃ行ってきまーす。
かがり戻る前にもう一つだけ聞かせてくれ。
I asked one final question to Kagari, who was now giving a crisp salute.
アマデウスという言葉を聞いて何か思い当たることはないか？
アマテウス？
Kagari seemed to think for a moment.
ね。ごめん、わかんないや。
そうか。
She didn't look like she was lying or being sarcastic. She must really not have known. I watched her leave the lab and then took out my phone. There we go. That's the part that you wanted answers for. There was another thing I needed to check. What was happening with Amadeus? I looked for the icon on my screen and there is no Amadeus on this. Weird. January 2nd. No Amadeus. You stand corrected, Hordian. Amadeus. The AI that held Makise Kurisa's personality and memories, and the application which started the program. But the program was gone.
悪かったな。こんなところに呼び出して。
別に構わないわ。ちょうど近くまで来てたから。
After seeing the icon missing on my phone, I contacted Maho immediately. My goal, of course, was to see what was going on with Amadeus in this world. I had to find out.
で、話って？
アマデウスのことだ。
Mao's eyes suddenly went wide. Maybe we never knew about Amadeus in this world line. Her reaction surprised me as well. I simply said the word Amadeus.
あなた、どうして知ってるの？
Aha! So maybe they never demoed it at the seminar this time? Interesting.
どうしてって、どういうことだ？
どうしてあなたがアマデウスのことを知ってるのよ？だってあのプロジェクトは去年の夏、クリスの事件があったあの後に凍結されたのよ。
The program was put on hold last summer after Chris's death. Interesting. I mean, the paper, right, in the journal, in a scientific journal, was still published because that was done under Chris's watch. They probably still came to ATF to present on the research article. Maybe they just never I mean, if it was on hold, I don't know. I'm curious. Okay. No Amadeus on hold after Chris's death. So many questions.
凍結された？アマデウスが？凍結ってことは、つまりプロジェクト自体打ち切られたってことか？
Many questions here, right?
はっきり言ってしまえばそういうことね。
She clenched her fists in anger. It seemed the change in this world line was a big one.
で、さっきの質問。どうしてあなたがアマデウスのことを知ってるの？
Yeah, it was, what is it, 0.3%? Which is pretty big, actually. I mean, 0.3. No, 0.03. It wasn't 0.3. It was 0.03.
それは。
Should I tell her about the world lines and attractor field theory?
クリスから聞いたんだよ。大学の先輩がそういう研究をしてるって。
クリスが？あの子、あなたにそんな話までしていたのね。
I decided that it wasn't the time to tell her. If I tried to explain everything, I'd have to tell her about D-mail and a time machine. Maho didn't seem to know about all that yet. I could imagine what she'd do if she heard the truth. She was yet another of those people who were entranced by the possibilities of science.
アマデウスが凍結されたっていう話、もう少し詳しく教えてくれないか？理由は何だったんだ？
なんでも外部団体からクレームが入ったんですって。
A complaint from an outside group.
人の記憶を人工知能に持たせるのは人間の複製を作り出すのと同じこと。神のみに許される所業だって。欧米って自分たちの価値観で物を言う人が多いのよね。特にそういうデリケートな部分は。
理由はそれだけなのか？
ええ、少なくとも私はそう聞いてるわ。いきなり研究は中止だって言われて、教授たちも随分怒ってた。
Is that the face palm? Yup. Yeah. Good times. The Amadeus program was stopped. Alright, phone. Okabe-san, there's something I want you to tell me. Rukago is so brave! Shouldn't you ask your dad? Oh my gosh. Are you okay with asking me? Ask Mayuri. Are you okay with asking me? Yes, I think you can give me good advice. I didn't want you expecting too much. What kind of gift do you think a father would enjoy? Your father, huh? I think the darkness within him goes very deep. That's very Hoen Kyoma-esque, isn't it? Huh? The darkness? Oh, darkness, black, the black handkerchief? Maybe that would be a good idea. Maybe, yeah, a handkerchief. Great, I'll do that, but why black? I think your dad probably likes black. I mean it. Thank you. Thank you, Okabe-san. Okay. Amadeus program was stopped. Did that have something to do with the word line change too? Wait. So how did I meet Maho? There you go, Linnea, here's your answer coming up. We'd originally met at the Amadeus seminar. If that never happened.
どうしたの？
いや、思い出してたんだ。君と出会った時のことを。
ああ、あの時のこと。ああいう偶然ってあるのね。
I asked a few more questions, taking care not to rouse her suspicions, and managed to learn the basic story. Maho had really wanted to see the place where Kurisa had died. When she finally went to Rarikan, she had run into me.
オカルト的な考え方って大っ嫌いだけど、でもあなたと出会えたのはクリスが繋いでくれた縁なのかもしれないわね。
Karma, or perhaps another example of attractor field conversions. It had already been decided that Maho and I would meet here in Akihabara. But was there some meaning in that?
そうそう。まゆりさんたちによろしく伝えておいてくれるかしら。昨日は楽しかったって。
So maybe in this world line we have no reason to know about Leskinen. Right? Because we're not involved in the project, and there was no seminar to begin with. Evidently, this world line is sounding a lot more peaceful. But Linnea, we know about what peaceful means in this game. It just means that shit is gonna hit the fan a little later, right? But shit's still gonna hit the fan. Evidently, she'd gone to last night's party in this world line too.
おかげで日本でのいい思い出ができたわ。
思い出って、帰るのか？
すぐにじゃないけどね。言ったでしょ？私今クリスがやっていた研究を引き継いでるの。いつまでも日本でバカンス気分を堪能してるわけにもいかないのよ。
そうか。
But still, she was only in Japan for another 10 days. I hope nothing would happen during that time. Oh, that's a flag. Okay. All right, I'm going to take a very quick break. for some more water. But we will be back in like 3 to 5 minutes. This seems like a good place to do a quick pause. And so yeah, get up, stretch a little bit, and I'll see you on the other side. We will continue this shortly. Hello, I am back. I have a lot of water with me. I have a tin of tea, and then I have a glass of water and just a lot of liquid. Hi, Kai. Welcome in. How are you? Happy... Is it Sunday where you are already? Not yet. Close, right? I don't know. I can't. Yeah, okay. Because I am 6 hours to England time, and you're another. Okay. Yep. Okay. We found out. I think the 30 minutes always threw me off. I think that's the problem. I don't know why I thought India is GMT +5 instead of 5:30. Gotcha. I mean +6. Sorry, not +5:30. 7:19 p.m. Is it 6 hours from me? I think it is. No, you're only 5 hours ahead, Linnea. Huh. Twitch loses focus of the chat box. All right. It's awfully quiet, so we gotta keep reading so that background music will come on. Okay. Images had been shut down and no longer existed. No longer would I hear Kurisa's voice. Oh, yeah. After I said goodbye to Maho, what that meant really started to sink in. I could still feel Kurisa's warmth in my chest, her smile, her smell. All the feelings I'd tried to forget were coming back now that I'd seen her. No one would ever be happy in that world line. Everyone will be miserable. That's what she had said. I knew that. That's why I decided to stay here, but that didn't mean I could erase the sense of loss I felt. You're doing okay? Very tired? Nieces came over and I did the gym thing today. The gym thing. I hope it was good. I went back to the lab to get all this together in my head. The cause of the attack in the last world line was Kagari. It's sounding like Okabe is getting his shit together. It is. It is. I'm just waiting for, like, the fire of Hoin Kyoma to kick in. And there was a good chance that Amadeus was involved in a world line change that took place afterward. But in this world line, the lab had never been attacked. And the Amadeus project had been cancelled while it was still in the research stage. That meant that two major factors and events that had occurred so far no longer existed. If they were gone, maybe there was no need to worry too much. But even so. Have a good night, Kai. Thank you for swinging by. It was good to see you. Have a wonderful sleep. I hope it's very restful. There was still a tiny alarm going off in the back of my mind. Why had Amadeus been shut down? What happened to Kagari's missing memories? If nothing else, I might need to learn the answers to those questions. I thought for a while, then took out my phone and booted up the Rhine application. Kagari's perspective. Is this the first time? Dang, she has a nice room. This is a nice room. Sina Kagari felt happier and more fulfilled than the people around her thought she was. Her memories were missing, and all she had now were memories of when she was young. She'd gone to the past when she was 10 and then gotten separated from Suzuha. Her memories afterward were a total blank, with the exception of the last few weeks. Her oldest memories after her childhood were of the ceiling she saw when she woke up. So we're back on track toward the main ending instead of in a branching path, right? Kind of? You can think of it that way, yeah. I can share, if you want, I can share the chart with you, but we're going down one of the two branches. Yeah, I can share the chart with you. Here. I'll post it in chat, actually, in case anyone else wants to look at it. But we are in like the second branch from the far left. We are in antinomic dual right now. So in a way, yes, we're absolutely on the path to the main storyline, but this is like a prerequisite. Her oldest memories after her childhood were of the ceiling she saw when she woke up. It was the ceiling of an old temple, with stains here and there that looked like faces. She remembered being a little scared. Shortly after that, she was given to Yanabayashi Shrine.
Kagari-san, お茶飲みますか?
ありがとう、ルカ君。
じゃあ、入れますね。
That was when she'd met Urushibara Ruka. At the time, she hadn't realized that she already knew him. Urushibara Ruka was a good friend of her adopted mother, Shina Mayuri. He played with her a lot when they were kids. When she was kids? When she was younger, she'd always thought he was a woman. To Kagari's young eyes, he'd been a strong, grown-up woman. At the time, she'd always wondered why Suzuha had called him Mr. Luka.
はい、どうぞ。
ありがとう。
But the Luka in front of her now was far younger than the one she had known. He looked like a very pretty girl, and not nearly as strong. So she'd only realized that he was the Urushibara Luka she knew after meeting her mother.
この紅茶、なんだか変わった味がする。
ローズマリーティー。集中力や記憶力が上がるって聞いて、フェイリスさんに分けてもらったんです。
Improving your memory and finding lost memories seemed like totally different things to her, but she didn't say so. Well, we need the tea master, Linnea, to brew her one of those teas. Just the thought made her very happy. Luka, Mommy Mayuri, and the rest of Okabe's friends were all trying to help her get memories back. Yes, I did say tea master. I'm sure in the tea recipes of Cabaret, there must be a tea for Kagari's situation, right? It would probably make most people nervous not having their memories. It would be hard not knowing what you'd experienced. But to be honest, Kagari didn't think she needed to remember. That's a wise person. That's incredible. Like, I have a lot of admiration to people who are able to just like take things as they are. Sometimes it seemed like a memory was about to come back. Each time her mind would roar with a sense of fear and anxiety.
もしかして美味しくなかったですか?
Luca saw she'd only taken a sip and stopped, and he seemed worried.
そんなことない。美味しいよ。ただ、ちょっと考え事をしてただけ。
考え事?
I really like the Lukaku outfit in this game. A lot. I think it suits him very well. It's very feminine, and yet there's like a sense of masculinity in the dress as well. I like it a lot.
そう、でも大したことないんだ。
She took a sip of his tea, hoping to change the subject.
それにしても、ルカ君って本当に男の子?
It's a bit androgynous, just like him, right? Everyone else said he was. But still, it just didn't seem right to her.
そうですけど。
やっぱりどう見ても女の子にしか見えないよね。
そんなこと言われても。
そうだ。ねえ、明日一緒にお風呂入ってみる?
Oh no. Okay. I would say a bath would add to the shower counter. We would include that in there.
そうすれば、ルカ君が本当に男の子なのかどうかわかるでしょ?
It's one way to find out, Kagari, I suppose.
ダメですよ、そんなの。
どうして?
だってそんなの、だって女の人と一緒にお風呂なんて、そんな。
お姉さんとは一緒に入ってなかったの?
入ってましたけど、それは小さい頃の話で。かがりさん。
ごめんごめん、冗談だよ冗談。ルカ君が可愛いからついからかっちゃった。
そんな。
でもそういう反応を見せるってことはやっぱり男の子なんだね。
Yes, another lab mem bath reference, but until we actually read about an actual bath or an actual shower happening, that counter is not moving.
最初からそうだって言ってるじゃないですか。
Oh, poor Luca. Even when he was upset, he still looked like a girl, she thought.
ご覧のように、こちらのお店では数十種類にも及ぶ食べ物が全部食べ放題なんです。
Ooh, the TV screen had been showing all kinds of delicious food. Speaking of delicious food, I should think about what I want for dinner.
すごいな。
The sight of it almost moved her to tears.
今の時代ってすごいよね。私の知ってる未来とは大違い。
そうなんですか？未来の世界ってどんな感じなんです？
Really? Everything here is all you can eat? Wow.
知りたい?
Luca looked Wow, Luca looked a little uncertain. That's like a tongue twister. Luca looked a little uncertain. And even though she'd asked, Kagari wasn't certain she would tell him. The future she knew was filled with despair. Everyone struggled desperately to stay alive, hoping that tomorrow would somehow be better. If they knew there was no hope, how would they survive?
やっぱりやめておきます。
Kagari sighed in relief.
その方がいいよ。だって未来は変えられるものだから。
To hold and have hope for the future. Yeah, I agree.
未来は変えられる？うん。ママがね、そう言ってた。きっと変えられる。変えてくれるって。
He'd change it. Okabe Rintaro must be Okabe Rintaro.
変えてくれる。
I have been to Brazil, Hordian. When a good friend of mine was she was doing expat work there. I visited her once and it was phenomenal. I had so much fun. Food was amazing. That was what Mayuri had always told Kagari. That was her tiny light of hope.
なんだっけな。シュタインなんとかって。
Steins Gate!
シュタインズゲートですか？そう、それは必ずあるってママは言ってた。って言いながら、それが何なのか私もよくわからないんだけど。
Steins Gate. To be honest, Kagari didn't know exactly what that meant. But each time Mayuri said it, Kagari had felt warmth in her heart. Someone would come to lead them to Steins Gate. When she thought about it, that it gave her hope. Interesting, the wording here. Someone would come to lead them to Steins Gate. Remember how John Titor called, like in the original game, John Titor called Okabe Rintaro the Messiah? It's a very religious, not religious, but nearly religious way of saying that someone would come to lead them to like the eternal kingdom in a way. Steins Gate. I didn't remember that. Yeah. I think it was before you started coming into the Steins Gate stream. John Titor, in the very first exchange between John Titor and not the very first exchange, but like when when Okabe slipped into John Titor's DMs and told her, but at the time him, about the reading Steiner. John Titor was like, "You are the Messiah." You know, I just think it's interesting writing stylistically here.
さて、それでは次の特集です。今、世界で記憶の再生技術に関する研究が進められているのはご存知でしょうか？
Memory restoration technology.
今日はその最先端を走るあるアメリカの大学の特集です。
How much do you want to bet that this is mitochondria? The news show had finished its food report and had already switched to another topic. It was showing a college campus covered in greenery. Dr. Luskinen, yes. Yep, you got it. It was a wide open space that clearly wasn't Japanese. The second she saw it, she suddenly felt dizzy.
こちらはビクトル・コンドリア大学。一見普通のキャンパスに見えるこの大学。
Hold on. So was...
しかし、この学内では今、ある大きなプロジェクトが進められています。
Was Kagari a subject at Victor University? The discussion became more technical. It was far beyond what Kagari, who had only her memories as a child, could understand. But
チャンネル変えましょうか。
no!
待って。
Kagari stopped him before he could get to the remote.
カガリさん、わかるんですか？脳の構造、記憶を捏造することはできるかっていう話。へえ、すごいですね。僕には難しくて、何が何だか。
She suddenly found herself easily understanding what was being said. Why? How? How could she understand this?
そう？そんなに難しい話じゃないよ。記憶は脳の中の海馬っていうところが司ってるんだけど、その中に視上界って呼ばれるところがあるのね。
Dentate? Gyrus? Let's see. A region of the hippocampus made up of cells known as granule cells, located near the parahippocampal gyrus. In anatomy, the dentate gyrus is treated as separate from the hippocampus, but in neuroscience, they are often collectively referred to as the hippocampus. Recent studies have shown that neurogenesis occurring in the dentate gyrus is intensely related to memory lapse. She was surprised at what she was saying, but the words kept coming anyway.
そこで行われる神経細胞の生産が既存の神経回路の再編を引き起こすの。それによって記憶の忘却が誘発されるんだ。
Oh, maybe Kagari was one of the... You know how like earlier on there was a news report of missing scientists? Maybe Kagari was a missing scientist. Question mark? There we go.
で、この研究チームがマウス実験をしてみたら、記憶の捏造が見られたっていう話。あ、ほら、あの奥の部屋、あそこでマウス実験なんかをしてるの。カガリさん、もしかしてこの大学知ってるんですか？え？
She suddenly realized that Luca was looking confused.
だってなんだか詳しそうな口ぶりでしたし。
The TV was showing something that looked like a lab. The camera went toward the back of the room. A white door opened that led to the next room.
この部屋で行われたマウスを使った実験。それによって研究チームは。
知らない。でも今。
That's right, she wasn't familiar with it. She didn't know anything about any place like this. But
わからない。知らない。けど、なんでだろう。さっきは知ってるような気がしたの。
there was suddenly a piercing pain in the back of her head. It felt like the beginning of something terrifying. She suddenly felt very nervous.
いいか、おめえの頼みを聞いてやるわけじゃねえ。それだけは忘れるんじゃねえぞ。
Mr. Brown!
感謝します。
This morning, I'd gone to Tenoji and asked him to protect Kagari if something happened. That meant I had to talk to him about his role as a rounder again. And I had to tell him that Kagari was caught up in something big too. But since this was the second time I'd had that conversation, I was able to make it go a little smoother. That was only relative to the first time though. I never wanted to ask him for anything like this ever again.
おい岡部、おめえら一体何に関わってやがる。
それは
I stopped myself.
話せねえってか。頼み事するだけして随分と虫のいい話だな。
すみません。
だがそれでいい。
え？
情報ってのは最後の切り札だ。そこでペラペラ喋っちまうようなら俺は降りてたぜ。
Thank you for teaching Okabe this. That was the thing that annoyed me the most in the original Steins Gate, is that Okabe was just divulging information to everyone and their grandmother.
ま、せいぜい気をつけるんだな。
ありがとうございます。
わかったから、そうやってかしこまんな。どうにもやりにくくてしょうがねえ。
I bowed to him once more anyway and left the bronze workshop. I'd managed to get Tenoji's help. And this morning, I'd gotten another person on my side as well. Kiryu Moika. She was a lot easier than Tenoji. I checked with Daru last night and found that, just like in the old world line, we had hired her to find out more about Kagari. All I had to do was ask her to keep looking into what Kagari had been doing before she'd come to this town. Now I had done everything I could in case something happened. All that was left was to pray nothing did. I got back to the lab where Lukaku was waiting. He had a very serious look on his face and he said he needed to talk to me.
実はかがりさんの記憶のことで気になることがあって。
かがりの？
とは言っても、これが記憶を取り戻すことにつながるかどうかはわからないんですけど。
構わない。気になることがあるなら話してくれ。
はい。
Luca started to fidget and rub his knees together. Then he looked up at me and slowly opened his mouth.
ゆうべテレビで記憶の研究についての特集をやっていて、アメリカの大学で行われているものだったんですけど、それを見ていたかがりさんがまるでその学校を知っているような口ぶりだったんです。
アメリカの大学？どこの大学だ？
なんだか難しい名前の学校で、確かビクトル・コンドル？
ビクトル・コンドリア大学か？
そうです。その学校です。
Victor-Condria University. That was where Kurisu had studied. Kagari knew Victor-Condria? If that was true, then how? The most obvious possibility was that she went there too, but how would a kid who went missing in Japan go to an American school, and one of the best at that? Of course, it wasn't impossible, but
どうでしょう。何か手がかりになりそうでしょうか。
さすがにそれだけじゃ何とも言えないが。
そうですか。
So Kagari is a way for them, we in the future, to send us information from the future into the past. We just gotta unlock it somehow. Maybe? But that's really strange, don't you think? To have to do it through a person. Lukaku's shoulders slumped in disappointment.
でも手がかりにならないというわけじゃない。
それじゃあ。
ああ、確かめてみる必要はあるな。
Maybe because of the amount of information, like it had to be done through time leaping.
改まってお話って何かな。
The best way to find out was to talk to her directly. Kagari was just about to start work, and she seemed put off by the fact that I had suddenly asked to speak to her.
話はちょっと待ってくれるか。
That's a very
もう一
like,
人呼んであるんだ。
that's a very scientist behavior. Well, not scientist behavior, but like very kurisu and very maho. The family sent more, but it was still not a whole mind, just the current state of the mind being back into the past. I think we'll find out. I don't know. I don't have a good hypothesis at the moment.
もう一人。
I didn't know a lot about mitochondria myself. I could ask Kagari what she knew about the school, but I couldn't tell if her information was accurate or not. Maho. There was a better person she could ask. Someone who should be here any minute.
お邪魔します。
I love how tiny Maho is. The best way to find out about the school was to ask someone who actually went there. In fact, Maho was, to this day, a part of their brain science lab.
あ、真帆さん、こんにちは。
Interesting, but Maho does not recognize Kagari.
はい、元気？
Maho still didn't know that Kagari was from the future. I'd have to keep her from finding out.
それにしても、本当にクリスに似てるわよね。
Maho stared at Kagari, then whispered so that only I could hear. It made sense. I've been surprised myself. So maybe if we wanted to send a huge amount of information, say years of study, because Kagari is an adult, so she could have a lot of knowledge, but she needed reading Steiner's memories to settle in. So she was sent back as a kid and had to age here so that the years of information could come back. I'm not sure if that makes sense to me. Because it seems like there's no... It seems like reading Steiner is mostly passive and not something active. And it doesn't necessarily manifest itself with any sort of consistency. So unless they figured out a way to do it actively and able to pinpoint in the future, I don't know. Right, sure. I guess we'll see how it unfolds. I started by explaining to Maho why I'd brought her here.
じゃあ何？つまり彼女がうちの学校にいたかもしれないっていうの？ちょっと待って、そんなこと言われても私、そのなんとかトルコドリア大学なんて知らないよ。
Victor Kondrowitz place.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学。ほらね、名前だってちゃんと覚えてないんだもん。
でも昨日は知っている様子だったんだろルカ子。
はい、奥にある部屋でネズミさんを使った実験を行っているって。そしたらその後本当にその部屋での実験の様子が映って。
カガリはそのことは？
覚えてない。
I couldn't imagine Lukaku would lie or that there would be any point to him doing so. But the same was true for Kagari too.
漆原さん、その研究室どこだったかわかる？詳しくはわからないんですけど、脳とか記憶とかそんな研究をしているって言ってました。ということは、もしかすると脳科学研究所かもしれないわね。
The brain science lab. That
私が
was
所属
where
しているところよ。
and where Kurisu worked. I've been playing this game too much, you guys. I'm syncing with Rintaro again. Gosh darn.
それじゃあもしかしたらカガリはヒアジョーさんやクリスと会っていたかもしれないということか。
あくまでも家庭の話よ。脳科学を研究しているところは一つじゃないし、私のいるところだって陰性だけじゃなく一般の研究者もたくさん出入りしてるもの。私だって研究所にいる人間全員と顔を合わせたわけじゃないわ。
So there is a possibility that Kagari did work there.
ただ同じ日本人となると見かければ記憶には残っているでしょうね。
Which meant she didn't remember it, which meant she probably hadn't met her.
ルカ子、他にカガリのことで気になったことはないか？
カガリさん、時々びっくりするくらい難しいことを知っていたり。
My theory comes from how Rukako and Mayuri told Okabe about nightmares they had with Mayuri dying, and Rukako remembering being a boy when they in the timeline where they were a girl. Sure, but it wasn't as instant as it was for Okabe because Okabe's timely brought his mind states to the past, so reading Steiner was instant. You know how I think Kagari's situation is sort of bringing me back to the news report where there was that sort of mass phenomena of essentially people experiencing reading Steiner. I don't know, but for Mayuri and Rukako, it took them the time where things between the time leap happened and where it brought Okabe to. I don't recall it being I don't recall it as precisely as you do, but I trust you. But I don't know. I don't know. I think we'll find out. I think I need a lot.
私だって 難しいことくらい知ってるもん。
I think I need more pieces of information to come up with a hypothesis. For now, I don't think I have anything solid to go off of. Unfortunately. Kagari pouted. That was one expression that was totally different than Kurisu's.
例えばバラとか憂鬱とか。
Huh? Those were just words that were complicated to write in Japanese.
昨日はテレビで記憶の捏造について放送していたんですけど、それもなんだか詳しそうでした。記憶の捏造ね。確かにその研究をしているチームもいるわ。私たちも一度話を聞かせてもらいに行ったもの。
カガリ、今その話はできるのか？
ね、それがよくわからないの。私、本当にそんなことを話してた？話してましたよ。
Why does she not remember about what she said yesterday? She put her hand between her eyebrows and thought. She really didn't remember, it seemed.
今までにこういうことはよくあったのか？
最近まではそれほど。この何日かで急に。
I didn't know how Kagari could know things about Victorchondria, but it clearly had something to do with her missing memories. If I followed the trail a little longer, I might learn some clues. It was possible I might be able to bring back her memories. Suddenly she started to moan in
カガリ
pain.
さん、どうしたんですか？ちょっと頭が痛いんですか
Rukako was looking at her face, worried.
ちょっぴり。
少し横になるか？
大丈夫。
少し話をせかせすぎたかもしれないな。
そうね、負担が大きかったのかもしれないわね。
Maho was looking worried too.
本当に平気？大丈夫です。ありがとう、先輩。だったらいいのだけど。
The conversation was so natural that Maho and I almost missed it.
おい、今。
先輩って。
Okay. I wonder if during Kagari's years, when she was missing her memories between the time travel and now, that people were doing experiments on her, and that maybe they were putting Kurisu's memories into her.
Kagari, 君今確かに先輩って呼んだよな、ヒアジョーさんのこと。
嘘、私そんなこと。いいえ、間違いなく言ったわ。漆原さん、あなたも聞いていたわよね。
Senpai, the Japanese word used to address older classmate or colleague. I just learned that from Maho and Kagari hadn't met at Victorchondria. Did that mean it was just a mistake? The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs distracted me. They were so heavy. There was no need to wonder who it was. I'm sorry, Hordian, what did you say? Which brings my hypothesis that reading standard takes time to settle in. What Lukako had just said, Urusibara. Did I miss something? Started happening over the last few days. Right. I was getting a little worried there. I thought we were getting attacked or Tenochi changed his mind or something like that. Yeah.
お邪魔してます。
おう、魔法タンも来てたん？
その呼び方はやめて。
足りるかな？ひふみ。
He ignored Maho's complaint and started to count the number of people in the room. There was some kind of paper bag in his hands.
よかった。大丈夫みたい。
何が大丈夫なんだ？
Is it a pins?
ほら、この前駅前にできたアトルあるでしょ？あそこに美味しそうなプリン売っててさ、たま
Never
にはと
mind.
思って買ってきたんだけど、人数分あるかなって。
What a nice... Oh, Daru. I love pudding. He put down the bag, opened the box, and started putting the pudding cups on the table.
ダル、後にしろ。
何みんな難しい顔して。僕がこんなん買ってくるのそんな珍しい？まあ確かにその通りだけど、ちょうどバイトで結構な臨時収入が入ったんだよね。仕事ができる上に気配りと収入を持ち合わせている僕に惚れてもいいの？あれ？
He turned the bag over and started shaking
ス
it.
プーンが一人分足りない。さては店員のお姉さん、入れ忘れたな。
使ってないスプーンなら確か流しのところに。あ、私マイスプーン持ってるから。
That is a cohesive phrase. That's a cohesive from Alpha Worldline phrase. Yeah, not parenthetical kurisu. That's kurisu. The my spoon thing. Rukako stood up to get a spoon from the sink and then suddenly stopped. He looked at Kagari with a confused expression.
Kagari さん、
What the hell
マイ
is
スプーンな
going
んて
on?
持ってましたっけ？
I'm so freaking confused. It's almost like there are two personalities inside Kagari. Like she's saying things, but she's not aware that she's saying things, you know? So it's almost as if there's someone else present and taking over her consciousness and then she's taking it back kind of thing. It's not like memories necessarily.
かがりさんが持ってたのってウーパのキーホルダーだけだったような。あれ？そうだよね。おかしいな。なんで私持ってるなんて。
Okay, never mind. So she's hearing it now. Her own spoon. I heard someone say that before. Not many people carry their own spoons around. It was common in Japan to carry around your own personal set of chopsticks lately, but not spoons. But I knew. I had known someone who carried around her own spoon. It was Makise Kurisu. Just a moment ago, she called Maho senpai. Did Kagari know Kurisu after all?
なあ、ヒヤジョさん。向こうで君のことを先輩と呼ぶ人間は何人いた？
Are they putting... Yeah, I don't know. I hate to say this, but I wonder if Kagari is being used as a vessel of memories.
一人だけよ。
Like, it's a step further from Amadeus, right? Because in the previous war line, Amadeus was able to continue, but now Amadeus has been stopped. So instead of having a computer simulation, maybe they've been testing on how to get one person's consciousness and memories and personalities into another person. And so that's why Kagari in this war line felt so much more confident and outspoken, like Kurisu.
先輩とか後輩とか、そういう呼び方とか関係は日本独特のものだから。
There was no need to even ask who it was.
私を先輩と呼んでたのはクリスだけ。クリス。
カガリ、君はマキセ・クリスのことを知ってるのか？
クリス、マキセ・クリス。
Did she know her? And was she imitating her? But why would she need to do that?
マキセ・クリス。
Kagari seemed to be desperately searching her memories, but it didn't seem to be working. There was sweat on her forehead. Her headache might still be bothering
無
her.
理はしなくていい。急いで思い出す必要は。
うん。このままにしとくのもなんだか気持ち悪い。何か思い出せそうなんですか？わかんないからオカリンさん何か話して。
One of your favorite cozy streamers streaming again after a while, so you're calling dibs on a raid. Yeah, I don't know. I think we might be going for another hour at least. But yeah, if they're still streaming, we'll definitely go raid them.
一体何が何なん？
The fact that Kagari responded as strongly to Kurisu's name meant there had to be some relationship. What could there possibly be? The question was this: what had Kagari been doing ever since she separated from Suzuha in 1998? 98, not 99. I see. Okay. Let me change that. 98. She never met Maho. Did she ever meet Kurisu? Maybe she became friends with Kurisu and learned a lot about her. Then she got in Kurisu's story mixed up with her own memories. Or I remembered a time machine that Kurisu had developed in the Alpha War line and came up with a certain hypothesis. I quickly told myself that it was impossible. My eyes met Maho's. She nodded.
カガリー、じゃあいくつか質問させてくれ。
For now, I wanted to learn how much Kagari I knew about Kurisu.
君の父親はどこにいる？
パパは死んじゃった。子供の頃に。
If her memories were mixed with Kurisu's, she wouldn't say that. Those were Kagari's memories. She said she remembered everything from before she was 10 years old. She'd only lost her memories after she'd separated from Suzuha in 1998. I'd have to go a little deeper.
それじゃあ栗ご飯と言ったら何を思い浮かべる？
That was Kurisu's @channeler handle.
栗ご飯？何なの？
答えてくれ、かがり。
栗ご飯。カメハメハ。
Everyone else seemed confused, but I felt as if my heart was about to stop. How could she know? Kurigohan in Kamehameha was Kurisu's @channel handle. Not only did she keep that a secret, she almost never let anyone know that she posted on @channel. She never would have told anyone. How could Kagari know something that only Kurisu should know? More sweat was pouring down Kagari's forehead. Ruka offered her a handkerchief, worried. Kagari nodded and took it.
かがり、タイムトラベルの主な理論がいくつあるか知っているか？
Maho looked like she wanted to say something, but I motioned for her to stay quiet.
11。
That's correct. Kagari spoke clearly, as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world.
全部で11。あれ？違ったかな？
I hadn't expected much when I asked a question. I certainly hadn't expected that. The terrifying possibility I thought of earlier was becoming more and more real. It was impossible. It had to be. The more I tried to convince myself, the more my fears grew.
11の理論を具体的に説明できるか？
中性子星理論、それからブラックホール理論に高速理論、多気温理論、ワームホール理論、エキゾチック物質理論。
Kagari was counting with her fingers and speaking with very little
宇宙
hesitation.
紐理論、量子重力理論、セシウムレーザー光理論、素粒子リングレーザー理論、最後にディラック反粒子理論。
Yeah, so she has Kurisu's
全部合ってる。
Maho's voice was hoarse.
ねえ、岡部さん、私どうしてそんなこと知ってるんだろう。
How is she Amadeus? I mean, so Victor Condria was doing experiments on her then. Kagari looked like she was about to cry a little.
もう一つ聞くが、それらの理論を用いてタイムマシンは作れると思うか？
できないと思う。
ほう。
でもこの11の理論では作れないけど、今後の科学の発展次第ではできなくもないじゃないかな。
どうしてそう思う？
どうして？それはどうしてだろう。
じゃあ質問を変えよう。その考え方に行き着いたのはなぜだ？
わかんないけど、ただなんとなく知ってたような。
She knew, huh? That meant the knowledge existed inside of her. But why did she have that knowledge? Has she been to Victorchondria at some time in the past and met Kurisu there? Maybe they were close friends. So close that Kurisu would share her at-channel nickname, which she never told anyone. But that's not true. Because clearly Kagari is considering herself as Kurisu, without a name, of course, but she is proxying her relationship to Maho, right? She's calling Maho senpai. So I think they're testing, because they're saying that Victorchondria, instead of previously it was known for its AI research, right? Now it's the center for memory restoration. That was the most obvious possibility. I don't think so. But that would go against what Kurisu had said. Kurisu said she didn't really have any close friends in America. She seemed to have developed a solid relationship with Maho at work, but the dark fear in my mind kept growing. So, okay, let's think about who had knowledge or who was working on the Amadeus project. Maho clearly wasn't aware of this, even though she had access to it. Kurisu was one. Luskinen was another. Rias probably? Potentially? So that probably leaves it to Rias and Luskinen doing experiments. So they probably took whatever scan of Kurisu that was used for Amadeus and try to implement it into another human body.
なあ、
I like it. I like it a lot.
アマデウスは凍結されたと言っていたが、アップロードされていたクリスの記憶データってまだ存在するのか？
ええ、多分破棄はされていないはずだけど。
それってどれだけの人間がアクセスできたんだ？
Kabe asking all the right questions.
ごく限られた人間だけよ。どこにも公表はしていなかったから。
You can hear his brain cells going burr. I love it.
私やレスキネン教授、他に助手が何人か、そしてクリス。
Dr. Luskinen, I am sus. I remain that I still think he is sus. All right, let's write this down. Luskinen doing research with Kurisu. Brain scan on Kagari.
ちなみにその記憶データを人間の脳に移植することって可能だったりするよな。
I mean, absolutely, right? Kurisu had laid the groundwork for that. That's what she was doing with Time Leap Machine previously in Steins Gate.
Huh?
In the other world line, Maho herself, or Dr. Leskinen to be precise, had said something about that at the ATF seminar, and I had experienced it myself. Through a machine that digitized human memories, sent them through time, and then back to the same person's brain. It didn't exist in this world line, but I'd once lived in a world line where it was developed in this very room. I'd used it far more times than I had ever wanted to, and because of that experience, I came up with an idea, a terrifying idea. Another way to explain what was happening to Kagari now.
一体何を。
マイスプーンを持ち歩いていたのはクリスなんだ。大学でヒヤジョーさんのことを先輩って呼んでいたのもクリスだけだ。栗ご飯とカメハメハはクリスがアットチャンネルで使っていた小手半だ。知っているのは本人以外だと俺くらいのはずだ。
Handle, an online nickname also known as a username. On anonymous message boards such as @channel, it is very rare for users to have a specific handle. If someone posts something without a dedicated handle, their name will be simply displayed as anonymous or some variation of it. Okay, @channel is more like 4chan.
クリスならビクトル・コンドリア大学の研究室のことも知ってる。マウス実験のことも知ってる。11のタイムマシン理論についても知ってる。
オカリンさん、どういうこと？何が言いたいの？
I don't know. I feel like this is... Can you imagine being in an Okarin's shoes? Like, that's gotta be sacrilegious. To see the... I'm trying to think of the right words to say. The mind of your loved one being implanted or hosted on another person.
俺の思いついた仮説だ。
I looked around the room at everyone, then back at Kagari.
カガリ。もしかしたら君の頭の中にはマキセ・クリスの記憶が移植されているかもしれない。
But it's not just memories, though. It felt more than
かなりの頭の
memories.
中にマキセ・クリスの記憶が入ってる。
Suzuha didn't seem as surprised as I had expected. Maho and I asked her some more questions after that, about mitochondria, about her research. Her answers were all over the place. Some things she knew, some things she didn't. But some of the things she knew were things that only Maho and Kurisu would have known. In the end, instead of being overturned, my hypothesis came out even stronger. All the questions seemed to tire Kagari out, and with Tenoji's permission, Rukako took her own. Maho completely refused to accept what I was saying, but did say before she left that she would look into whether it was possible to transfer Amadeus's memory data into a human brain. And remember, Amadeus is data isn't just memory, it was a complete copy of the brain too. And that night, I explained the situation to Suzuha.
それってかがりが二重人格ってこと？
Yeah.
いや、そうじゃない。二重人格っていうのは、正確には乖離性同一性障害といって、誰かの中に別の人格ができることだ。言うなれば、今の自分に対する不満や不安から、自らの中に別の人格を作ってしまうようなものだな。
Once in a while, there would be a case where someone would take the personality of the man or woman they admired, but usually it was a completely original one.
でも、かがりの場合は違う。かがりの中にあるのは人格じゃない。文字通り、マキセ・クリスの記憶だけだ。
But this Kagari is so different from the Kagari that we had encountered in the other world line. Even just personality-wise, they're so different. Are we chalking up to just memory? I don't know if I agree with that.
クリスの記憶だけが彼女の頭の中に混在していると考えられる。
Kagari's memories weren't overwritten. She still had them. So they had mixed together.
なるほど。2036年の技術では、それは決して不可能な話じゃない。
Okay, so Suzuha thinks that the technology is done. Well, she thinks that the implantation of the memory or personality or whatever you want to call it happened in the future.
じゃあ、2036年からのタイムトラベラーであるかがりなら、十分その可能性はあるということか。
でもさ、かがりたんは10歳より前の記憶はあるわけっしょ。他人の記憶をぶち込まれるなんてことされたら、その時のことを覚えてるはずじゃね。
あの子は幼い頃、たまに神様の声が聞こえるって言っていたような気がする。
Oh. I have forgotten about that, but yeah, that is true.
幻聴か。それがクリスの記憶からにじみ出てきたものっていうのは考えられる。
うん。ただ未来はこの時代ほどのどかじゃなかった。物資も人も足りてなかったんだ。記憶を移植するなんていう技術は実用化されているとしても軍の機密扱いだよ。
Or they were developing Amadeus in the background for militaries.
一般人の、しかも子供に使ったとは思えないな。
かがりは繊細孤児だった。PTSD を治療するためにそういう技術が使われたということは。
だからって他人の記憶を移植するのはさすがに変だ。
だな。となると記憶のない時期、1998年以降にその移植が行われた可能性が高くなってくるが。
2036年なら可能でもさ、今の技術でできるもんなん？
And that's why it's a botched work. That's why her memories are fragmented.
クリスなら可能だろう。
I think Kurisa has more morals than that, though. She had done it all by herself to make the time leap machine after all.
マキセ・クリスがカガリに自分の記憶を移植したって。
I don't...
彼女はそんなマッドサイエンティストみたいなことをする人だったの？
Mad scientist. I love it. There was no way. It was impossible. It had to be. There weren't many people as smart as Makise Kurisu. If she didn't do it, I couldn't imagine anyone else would.
そうだよな。突飛な発想すぎるよな。俺だってそう思う。
Unless that's the D-mail that Makise Kurisu sent to herself. But that would be so out of character. I feel. Like, how could a girl that was like sacrificing herself for everyone else turn around and say, okay, just implant your memories on someone else at the cost of, you know, whoever that person's whole life is? I might have been getting too attached to my own idea.
でもクリスしか知り得ないことをカガリが知っているのは間違いないんだ。
例えば幽霊になったマキセ氏の魂がカガリタンに乗り移った的なことだったりして。
お前そんなオカルト話をヒアジョーさんの前ででも披露してみろ。全力で論破されるぞ。
ですよね。
In the end, I realized there was nothing I could do for Kagari but watch for a while to see how things went. We were just students, without any kind of specialized knowledge. No matter how much we debated or what ideas we came up with, we wouldn't be able to find the answer easily.
そういえばダル、ユキさんはどうしてる？
天音なら毎日バイト忙しいみたいだお。
彼女は何のバイトをしているんだった？
ケーキ屋さんって聞いてる。美味しいから一度食べに来てって言われた。
Then how could she have hurt her arm working at a baking factory? I mean, like a cake bakery.
そうそう。でもちょっと遠いんだよね。
だからこそ言ったら喜ばれるんじゃないか。しっかりしてよ、父さん。
あ、はい、させん。
PTSD, short for post-traumatic stress disorder, from DSM-4, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 4th edition, published by the American Psychiatric Association in 1994. A mental condition caused by the severe psychological shock of an accident, disaster, crime, or other intense stressor. It induces several stress-related symptoms, including emotional instability, insomnia, confusion, and vivid flashbacks. These symptoms are often triggered in response to stimulus that is similar to the original trauma. The patient must experience these symptoms for over a month in order to be diagnosed with PTSD. SOS, net slang, short for sorry, often used in conjunction with lol or other common net slang, e.g., uhihi SOS lol. Although it is intended an apology, it is often used in order to tease or provoke the other party instead. Kurisu is Okabe's lover. She has mad scientist energy. But you can't deny that both Okabe and Kurisu have a solid moral compass. And this is not moral at all. Right? I don't know. I mean, maybe that's the timeline we're going for. Maybe that's the world line that we're heading towards, but I find that hard to believe. Anyway, sorry. I'm very emotionally attached to this right now. You never heard of it, Linnea? Me neither. Me neither. But the more we learn.
つうかオカリン、なんでいきなりそんなこと聞くん？
いや、ちょっと気になってな。
That girl in a motorcycle suit. Could that have been Amane Yuki? Yeah, see, good. I'm glad thank you for the hydrate, Hordian. I'm glad that we're still sus of Yuki, because I am still sus of Yuki. If it was, she may be involved in some way with what was happening to Kagari. But that attack only took place in the other world line. It hadn't happened in this one, so I had no way to
も
tell.
し彼女のことで何か。
ん？
母さんがどうかしたの？
That's a weird conversation to have, I know, with Daru and Suzuha.
いや、なんでもない。
I still didn't have any proof. I'd have to just keep an eye on her. My priority right now was Kagari. What had happened during the time when she lost her memories. If I could find that out, I might be able to understand what was about to happen to us.
それじゃあ始めるわよ。いい？うん。
Maho came to the lab again the next day. She was there to look at Kagari's memories. Kagari had volunteered to work with her. As of yesterday, my hypothesis didn't leave the realm of delusions. And any time she saw a hypothesis, she wanted to test it. Maybe that's just how scientists
まず
were.
はこれを見てもらえる？
Maho held up a cell phone. There was a picture displayed on its screen. It was a corridor with white walls and clean white floors, and two people wearing white lab coats were walking down it.
これがどこだかわかる？
学校？
どこの？
ビクトル・コンドリア大学の。
この手前に歩いてる人、彼の名前は？
トニー・ブラウン。あだ名は JB。興奮すると独特のステップを踏むから。
じゃあこっちの彼女は？
わかんない。
どうだ？
彼女も私たち研究者の間ではかなり有名な子よ。クリスだって当然知ってるはずだわ。
Yeah, definitely fragmented
仮に
memories.
カガリがクリスの記憶を持っているとしても、完全に全てを思い出せているわけじゃないみたいだ。
That's how it had seemed yesterday too.
記憶として呼び起こされるものと、そうじゃないものがあるんじゃないのか。
だからってこの程度じゃまだクリスの記憶だと断言はできないわ。彼らのことくらい調べれば誰だってわかることだもの。かがりさん、もう少し突っ込んだ質問をしてもいい？去年の冬、私とクリスで映画を見に行ったことがあるの。
ヒアジョーさんとクリスが？
意外？私たちだってたまには息抜きをする。普段は研究ばかりだけど。
It was surprising, actually. I hadn't thought they interacted outside of work.
研究でちょっと詰まってた私をあの子が連れ出してくれたのよ。たまたまチケットが2枚あるからって。
That's just how a man asks a girl on a date. Oh, get that thought out of your... Get that thought out of your mind. She never was any good with that stuff.
その時に見た映画のタイトルわかるかしら？ うんとボブ・ワイナー監督の彼と彼女の予感。
Maho gulped. That must have been the right answer.
それって最近の映画か？聞いたことないが。
20年前の作品、そのリバイバル上映だったのよ。
And Kagari had guessed it. She'd known the title of a movie that Kurisu and Maho had gone to see together in private. And since it wasn't a major worldwide release, it wasn't something you could get with a lucky guess.
でもそれも誰か目撃していた人がいればわかることよ。
だが君が今日そんな質問をするということは予想できなかったはずだ。かがりがそのために細かい情報まで全て暗記したとでも。
It would be impossible, and she didn't have a reason to bother anyway.
私だってそのくらいのことわかってるわ。
I could tell from the pained expression on her face that Maho was struggling with something. And I was starting to realize what it was. She didn't want to admit it. Neither do we, really. She didn't want to admit it. She didn't want to admit it was possible. It was winter, but Kagari's forehead was dripping with sweat again. Going through her confused memories may have been putting a lot of stress on her.
これぐらいにしよう。かがりがきつそうだ。
待って、最後にもう一つだけ聞かせて。うん、いいよ、どうぞ。
Kagari nodded and motioned for her to go ahead.
子供の頃、あなたが一番大切にしていたものは何？子供の頃。それはアメリカに移住してからもずっと部屋に置いてあったイルカのぬいぐるみ。水族館に行った時パパが買ってくれた。
Maho sighed and sunk onto the sofa.
合ってるのか？
ええ。昨日クリスのお母さんが電話で教えてくれたわ。このことを知ってるのはクリスとご両親だけ。
それじゃあ
悔しいけどあなたの仮説を否定できない。
そうか。
私どうなっちゃうのかな。
I didn't have an answer. I didn't even know how this had happened in the first place. The only possibility I can think of was...
かがりさん、付き合わせて悪かったわね。ゆっくり休んで。
Maho stood up with a serious expression on her face.
帰るのか？
ええ。自分なりにまだ検証できることは残っていそうだから。それじゃあまた。
Maho got up and went for the floor without bothering to look back. She seemed to be silently shutting out the entire world. All we could do was watch her go. What the heck? Oh my god. I was not expecting this today, like all of this today. We went back and we saw Kurisu in flesh, and now we're like... A copy of my lover's brain is inside of my best friend's daughter from the future, now is older than I am. The game always throws blind jabs at us, yes, but... I don't know. I don't think the first game affected me the same. This is dark. I love it. Hyajumaho stared at her computer monitor in a daze. The rest of the world was still feeling the afterglow of New Year's excitement. The last time she'd come to Japan, it was still in the heat of summer. She'd used her vacation days to come then. Her co-worker Makise Kurisu had suddenly died, and she wanted to see the place where she was murdered herself. Maho's feelings for Makise Kurisu were complicated. Until Kurisu had come to her lab, Maho had thought herself a genius. January 3rd, 4th, something like that. She'd graduated high school after skipping grades and joined a university lab while still in her teens. It was understandable that she had felt that way. Everyone else said she was a genius too, but her pride was shattered into tiny little pieces by the arrival of Makise Kurisu. Makise Kurisu was the real thing. Maho didn't even come close to her. She had realized that she would never be as smart as Kurisu, and she realized that she didn't want to be beaten by her anyway. It would have been so much easier if she could have hated her. It would have been so much easier to hate Kurisu. But Makise Kurisu wouldn't even allow her that much. She was a dedicated scientist, and that dedication carried over to her treatment of Maho too.
先輩のその研究、うまくいけば革命的な成果が得られると思います。私に何かできることがあれば手伝いますから、言ってくださいね。
Someday, she swore, she'd surpass her. Someday, she swore she'd make Kurisu say that she was the smarter one. But now that would never happen. Makise Kurisu went away on a trip and never came back. Maho had been told that she'd been attacked by a robber and killed, but it didn't seem real. It felt like she was coming back. It felt like she'd come back to the lab any day now and start arguing with the professors with the same self-satisfied smirk on her face. Until then, Maho would work on the Amadeus project, so that when Kurisu came back, she would be amazed. Amadeus, an artificial intelligence that could be loaded with an individual's memories. It was possible to digitize memories by analyzing the nerve signals relating to the memories stored in a temporal lobe. It had been Kurisu, of course, would prove it. And then Maho and her team had turned that proof into usable technology. By the time Kurisu got back, she would have it all ready for the next level. She'd show it to Kurisu and astonish her. But even that hope didn't last long. She was suddenly told that the project was cancelled. Of course, she couldn't accept it. No matter what she said, no matter how many times she argued with the professor, she couldn't get the cancellation overturned. Amadeus went to sleep at the bottom of the lab server, along with Makise Kurisu's digitized memories. Makise Kurisu's memories. Now they were in the head of another girl. How had that happened? There was only one possibility, if it was possible at all, just like Okabe Rintaro had said.
Oh yeah.
Sus? The door opened, and a large man she knew very well came inside.
魔法、どうしたんだい？まだニューイヤーハリデーのはずだが。
そういう教授こそわざわざ休みの日に出てきてるじゃないですか。
Maho's mentor, Dr. Leskinen, was here in Japan for a month-long conference on artificial intelligence. Maho had come with him as his assistant, but the conference didn't take place every day, so they spent the time between sessions at the Japanese office, making presentation materials and exchanging emails.
私の場合、休みといっても特にすることもないからね。ホテルにこもっていても息が詰まるだけだし、それならここに来て仕事をしていた方がいい。
だったら私も似たようなものです。
For a researcher, doing research was a hobby. If nothing else, all scientists Maho knew were like that. Of course, she'd come here today because she assumed Dr. Leskinen would feel that way.
君にはいろいろとやることがあるだろう。例えば、デートとか。
教授、あんまりしつこいとセクハラで訴えますよ。
おっと、それだけは勘弁してくれ。
Dr. Leskinen slumped his shoulders in the unique way that Caucasians always overreacted. He seemed intent on bringing Maho and Okabe together. So he does know Okabe. Why does he know Okabe? She and Okabe were both friends of Kurisa's, so they talked a lot, but there was nothing more to it than that. At least, that's what she thought, probably.
それじゃあ、お詫びというわけじゃないですが、一つ聞いてもいいですか？
訴訟されないで済むのなら何なりと。
じゃあ聞きますけど、アマデウスは今どうなっているんですか？
どうも何も。今のところ進められる目処が立っていないことは君だってよく知っているはずだよ。
それは分かってます。私が聞きたいのはアマデウスのデータはどうなっているかということです。
研究室のサーバーに保管されているね。
誰かがアクセスしたり持ち出したりは？
Leskinen's eyes narrowed, and he slowly shook his head. Very sus, okay.
マホ、君がなぜそんな疑問を持ったのか私にはわからないが、エムデウスへのアクセス権はごく限られた一部の人間にしかないし、不正にアクセスされたという事案も起こってはいないはずだ。少なくとも今まで私のところにそのような報告はもたらされていない。
I don't know why, but I am suspicious that there are two forces at work right now. Like, there is Judy Reyes, who is probably part of the Rounders, whatnot, whatever. And then I think Dr. Leskinen is a different force. Like, I think he's the one who wanted Kagari.
私やクリスの記憶データも？
もちろん。
Leskinen's maybe with CERN, but Rounder is with CERN, isn't it? Rounder works for CERN. So it makes no sense that Rounders and CERN would butt head against each other. No, the plot is complicated, so I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing, but
それじゃあ他に私が知らない人工知能のプロジェクトが動いているなんてこともありませんか？
あるわけがない。我々の研究チームにはマホ、君の力が必要不可欠だ。
And this is such a like he's just trying to brush things over words. Maho, you gotta stop asking. You're gonna get yourself into a dangerous position.
私たちはクリスという才能を失った。それは大いなる損失だったが、彼女のいなくなった穴を埋められるのは君だけだと思っている。
Ah, yeah, that is a good idea, Hordian. You're probably right with that. Working with, what is it, Russia, I think, was Kuris's father's, plot.
そんな君の知らないところで新たなプロジェクトなどを進めるはずがないだろ
う。そうですか。
Okay. The compliment felt like a bit too much for her to take at face value. Exactly, that's what I meant. There were a lot of scientists who were always looking to get a leg up on the competition. If someone else got the glory first, everything you worked on until that point would be useless. Even in the same team, there were only a few people you could really trust. But to Maho, Dr. Leskinen was one of those people.
質問に対する答えはこれでいいかな?
No. Girl, you need to stop trusting him. I'm very sus.
はい。
では、私からの質問もいいかい? どうして急にそんなことを聞くんだい?
Don't divulge it. Don't say anything. Oh my gosh, do not. No. If this is what leads to the attack in this world line,
それは
もしかして自分の秘密が誰かに漏れていないか心配にでもなったのかな?
まあそんなところです。
それなら心配ない。いかにエメデウスとはいえ本人が秘密にしたいことは喋らないようにできている。君だって知っているはずだよ。
He's trying to coerce information out of her.
それは保存されたデータについても言える。仮に何者かがデータを盗んだところで本人がどうしても知られたくない部分はブラックボックスになっている。エムデウスからはもちろん記憶データからも取り出すことは不可能だ。秘密が漏れるとしたらその記憶を持つ生身の人間からだけだね。
記憶を持つ生身の人間。
そう、つまり本人だけということだ。
I think I need to read that again. I'm sorry. Amadeus was developed so as not to share any secrets the original wouldn't want shared. The same goes for the saved data. Even if someone did steal it, the parts the original person wants to keep secret the most are kept within a black box. They can't access via Amadeus or from the memory data itself. If those secrets get out, it's because a living human wanted them too. Read again, preposterous. Linnea, my brain is kind of fried with this game sometimes. Like now. So what Dr. Laskin, I mean, he could be lying to us, for all we know, right? He could be lying. But what he is suggesting is that Kurisu released the data. Maybe we can take a small break. Maybe. I mean, I'm actually looking for like a decent time to stop, because I don't want to just like stop in the middle of a scene. But I think after this scene, I'm gonna stop for the day and then raid out. But yeah, we are at usually we end stream, so But I want to finish this scene with Maho and Laskinen. So what Laskinen is saying, what he's trying to suggest is that Kurisu was the one that had authorized, or even the one who conducted the memory transfer.
どうだい？少しは安心したかい？
I guess, Hordian, here's another idea. And this is like straight out of the left field, right? And I will not take any responsibility on how wild this sounds, but what if Kagari is genetically cloned as Kurisu? Like, she is a genetic clone of Kurisu's. So, because, you know, then it's not a memory transfer from Amadeus, but reading Steiner, right? Because it's genetically the same brain. So reading Steiner could theoretically activate on the brain passively. I wouldn't say adopted womb, but like she just adopted her. No, I meant like, you know, maybe, I don't know. This is like out of the left field, right? This is very wild, but what if they somehow was able to kept some genetic material of Kurisu and then re-engineered her later, right? In 2036. And then, you know, it was lost in the process as a war orphan. But I don't know. We will see, because it's interesting because Maho touched on the idea of cloning, right? Just now earlier when she was saying like how the reason why the project was stopped was because Amadeus is like cloning someone's consciousness. But you know, what if they cloned physically and then try to, you know, either later on try to put it into, try to put the Kurisu's knowledge and memories into the body. If Kagari is Kurisu's clone and Mayuri is her mother, then that's where the adopted womb idea for me came from. Yeah, I don't think Kagari or Kurisu and Mayuri are genetically related to each other. But I don't know. That's just an idea. Let's see. All right. Sometimes my brain goes places, but Laskinen, tell me more. Trick me in your silver tongue.
ええ、まあ。
It wasn't that she didn't trust Dr. Laskinen. I know, it's sus. It's very sus. But she couldn't relax until she had seen for herself that no one had taken the data. Maho only thought it was possible to believe something after you had seen it yourself. That's how she thought a scientist should be. But right now she didn't have the access rights to do so. So in the end, she was stuck with her doubts. You modify an embryo to have the DNA of the thing you want to clone, but you still need to birth a person unless they have vitro technology for the whole process in the future. Which would be possible since we already have a lot of pseudoscience nonsense. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't shock me if that's the process that they use to birth, for the lack of a better word, Kagari, but I don't think it would be Mayuri. Like, I still very much buy into the story of Mayuri found Kagari somewhere as a war orphan and then just adopted her that way. Because I think that's canon from what Suzuha has said. So using the clone as a medium to send the memories back, it would make sense that they use the time leap machine to send Kurisa's memories back to her clone. Exactly. Like, because I think it's like, if given the limiting condition of, if we assume what Leskinen said is true, right? That the memories are limited. There's a black box mechanism that cannot be released unless the original owner had allowed it. Then I think there must be cloning required in this case. Anyway, let's not go down like that rabbit hole because it's very wild, very grabbing it out of thin air, and yeah. Let's finish this scene.
あら、二人ともいたのね。
Oh my god, I don't want to see this woman. PTSD. I know, the crazy bitch. Kill with fire. Kill her now. Oh my god. She had zero qualms to shoot people yesterday. Zero. Nada. Dr. Reyes walked through the door just as she finished her conversation with the professor.
まったく、せっかくのホリデーだというのに、物好きね。
レイエス教授こそ。
私はホテルにいてもやることなんてないから。
But the thing is, Hordian, right, with Nai and Moika, their stories were in the Alpha World line, and that is such a different timeline than us. But Rias's timeline, where she went completely berserk, is very close to now. So I think I would not trust her that much. Shut up, Bish. Was blocked by Automod. Yeah, Automod is here. It's here, I promise. Sometimes I let things through, sometimes I don't. Okay. Maho exchanged a glance with Dr. Leskinen and then shrugged. That's just how scientists were.
何なのよ。
So I think one thing we know for sure is that these two people are not on the same side. That's all that we know.
なんでもないです。
She and Dr. Lestinen laughed at Rias's confusion, but the doubts in her mind lingered. All right. As I promised, we save here and we will continue tomorrow where we left off. Let me overwrite this. All right. I hope that was fun. I enjoyed the little brainstorming session. And as promised, yeah. Thanks for sticking around, Linnea and Hordian, and everyone else in chat. I appreciate you guys. And let's wrap this up and raid out.